What's up, everyone? Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships, Toxic Tuesdays. It's your boy, M3. We got Sophisticated Jerk and Stan the Man up
What's
in the building.
good? What's good? Y'all know they got that presidential debate tonight. Tell Kamala, man. Have they been texting y'all phone like y'all get all those campaign texts?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it goes straight to the spam folder.
Hey, Kamala, you keep texting me, I'ma holler. Shit. I'm gonna start spitting game, texting you back and shit.
Be like, hey, what it do, right? But yeah, hopefully, man, the debate goes very well and entertaining. So hopefully my boy Trump will win. You know what I mean? So
So you about to get you a MAGA hat. You in California, man. You better slow up over there. Y'all about to get beat up by some cats with purple hair and shit. Y'all know better than that. But shout out to Tyrese, man. My man been having a rough couple months. He lucky we didn't jump on that today.
Is he out of jail?
I'm not even sure. I ain't even get the updates, but I was watching the lives. We definitely gonna have to do a show on that, like once we get back from our hiatus and stuff.
Yeah, I only saw like a little tad bit, but like Tyrese, man, he be talking long, so I'm like, all right, well, I'll get back to it whenever I can, but
yeah, that brother stay crying in the public, don't he?
Because he's going to jail. That's the first time you go to jail.
But you know what? Sometimes, man, I know
Dang,
like
you're too empathetic to these dudes.
It's jail.
So sometimes you need to sit, man. What they say?
With child support, which he still pays, but it's not the amount that she wants. And he's already paid child support for the first child. So it's like,
I mean, but I don't
sit
care.
His ass down, man. He behind bars like Slick Rick.
You got to pay more than what you're asking for,
But women don't go to jail for child support. Why are men going to jail for child support? And does that really work? Because you're out of work, because you're in jail. So how are you going to pay for it if you're in jail? That makes no sense.
Well, see, that is the logic that is trained by the Sisterhood. I need a sound effect for the Sisterhood,
Out to the Sisterhood.
Right? But for now, we're going to go off with that, right? So the Sisterhood will definitely tell you as a woman what you need to do, right? What will actually make sense, even though it is illogical, but they'll make it logical. So anyways, that's why we want to break down the Sisterhood, man, because you're about to get it tonight. But
cool.
We're gonna start off with the first video, right? So this is definitely going to be a true live reaction. So I haven't seen the videos that's shown, so I can't wait.
You want to put a disclaimer?
Stan got that up quick. Hey, Stan said put that disclaimer up.
Man, hey, I might as well, right? So look, everybody, please be advised that the things we discuss here on Knowledge and Relationships are not political, clinical, financial, medical, nor legal advice. All this is what we're talking about is information and highly entertainment purposes. The reason why I'm just saying highly on that, because we're all about entertainment. We're entertaining you guys. So things that we're saying, don't take it as a grain of salt. Don't be all butthurt about it. Just make sure you smash the like button, subscribe, and share this video. That's the most important thing. Also, shout outs to a sister named KC, Kaci. She definitely shared the videos on Facebook, and shout outs to Stan because he always be sharing it as well too to the public.
Yeah,
so
shout
outs to you guys, man, for sharing the videos. Make sure you guys do that as well too. All right. Also, please be advised the opinions of our panelists, guests, and chat are not necessarily the viewpoints of Knowledge and Relationships. So meaning that we're not here to discriminate. We're not misogynistic. We're not feministic. We're not any of the ist, right? We're just here to just provide entertainment, speak our truth, which is the subjective part of the truth, and that's about it. Shout outs to 100%. I'm sorry, I said 100%. 100 watts. Shout outs to the Twitch Gang side. He's over 100. There. And he says, men do cry, but not every time you talk about somebody. Law and Order sound effect could be the system. You know what? I'm gonna definitely try to
That's
get
good.
that
That'd be a
next
good
one.
one.
Yeah, that would definitely be a good one for the sisterhood. So, or just in general. All right, so we're going to start off with the first video. Shout outs to Angry Man on this one. So, actually, let me go ahead and make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Put that on the big screen.
Okay, there we go. All right, so hopefully you guys could see that well.
So let me read it before you start it.
Yes,
so
sir.
the caption on that says, "My best friend chose her husband over our friendship. She already hating off the rip." And you said this was an Angry Man video? Shout out to Angry Man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and play this. Everything we do is all based off of fair use.
Some women are weak, y'all. That's just my thing. This will be my last time calling. If she don't answer, I'm gonna let it go. I'm sure she got my messages. I'm sure she got my text messages and my phone calls. So I'm just gonna see what happens, y'all. If she believe her husband, she believe her husband. But she know, and deep in her heart, I know she know that that's not the truth. But that was his whole plan, you guys, not to, have a friendship again, so he can continue to be the dog that he is. So please leave your message. So
Laugh.
Hey, that laugh was crazy though. But yeah, shout out to Angry Man for that. Look, man.
So what y'all take on that video, man? Is that true? Is that how they be getting down, man? They be blowing up their friends' phones?
Here's the thing, man. Like, I didn't really experience it too much. Like, but you never know. Like, I don't think most women will be like that, like excessive, like how she's portraying herself as. But they'll do it subtle. So pretty ugly. Maybe when you're not around, they'll probably like lay that sisterhood. And women love to talk anyway. So because they talk and they spread your business, your personal business between, like, let's say you're not being good at bed for the night. There's I'm having a rough day because my husband's not being good at bed or whatever, like stupid stuff, right? They shouldn't be sharing. And then that's how it opens the doors to the old saying, girl, you could do better. You deserve better. You need to demand more.
Oh shit. The demands.
Yeah. And so
Another one. Well, another one won't, another one will.
That's also, and here's the thing, right? Hopefully I'm not jumping ahead onto this, right? Because see, what people don't understand, and I know a lot of women is not going to really probably tune into this live because they don't want to hear the truth about it, but you're going to catch the replay anyway.
Woo.
A lot of times, damn it, I should have shared this video to the crowd. But anyways, a lot of times when you're getting certain advice, I don't care. At one point, the single women, if a married woman's hanging out with a single woman, that would be considered like as marriage deletion, okay? Marriage side or whatever. Let's say it like that, because by stereotypes, they feel like single women will be the main ones that will kind of steer your husband away, give you the bad advice, so then they could take him. But you have to watch out from other married women, because other married women, even though they have their husbands, but a lot of times they're not really happy with their marriages. And sometimes, man, people just do like a free for all and just be like, all right, let me give this woman the bad advice. Their marriage get ruined, and now I'm dating her husband.
So you said they all plotting and scheming, huh?
Exactly. Because remember, a woman's, well, as I'll say this, more of a objective stance, right? Whatever is considered illogical, is logical for them when it comes to the sisterhood?
Nah, like I did think like I said, the videos and stuff. A lot of times they be skits and stuff, but she said something in that video where it seemed like her homegirl was like giving her too much information, and I think that's the issue in a lot of times.
Her husband wanted to break up the friendship anyway.
Yeah, she was just, oh, he was cheating and stuff like that. So that's why sometimes it's like, if you're gonna stay, I tell people all the time, I think sometimes people get mad, something will happen, and they go like vocalize that stuff to everybody else, and it's just like, man, once you do that, you got that friend like that ain't getting no dick. Oh, she's determined to ruin your.
Yeah.
Wait, can you read what 100 Watts is posted?
Yeah, he said he only cheat with married women because they got something to lose.
Oh, shout out to 100. 100 said, look.
I mean, look. Even though, like, I don't get down with the cheating, but however, right? If you will cheat, I mean, yeah, find like a married woman with already with a messed up relationship, a woman who doesn't respect and love her husband.
Don't do it.
And
just do what you
need to do. They'll keep you on the under.
Okay, as the only single person here, I'm gonna say this.
The resident single guy. What's up, Stan? This is bad advice.
She's out of pocket. People are in relationships and they're married. And even when they read the marriage vows, and even it's in the Bible, like, you're not supposed to stand between people's marriages unless it's like, VD, you know what I'm saying? Or DV, right? But like, it's like you just can't do it because like it's a weird place. And I don't understand the culture for women. Like, yo, your girl is married. There is a boundary here. And you gotta.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
you gotta put boundaries there yourself. So even me, like when my friends are married and they trying to hang out, I'm like, yo, it's 5 o'clock. You gotta go home. I don't know. This dinner time. Like, go back to your wife. Like, you can't be here. Like, you gotta leave because I don't want to be caught up in nothing. But there's a boundary. Like, I'm never gonna tell a man that he'll need to work it out with his wife and and do the brother code. Like, what is that? You're married. Like, you need to seek out other married men advice. I'm single. I can't. The only thing I could do for you is like you can watch some sports, get a drink, okay, relax, but you got to go back home because you can't stay here.
You did them like what's his name from Goodfellas and shit. So you got to go home.
Yeah, like it's like you got to go back to your wife. You got to work things out because I don't know what that is. I can't help you. But it's
But I got two questions for you, Stan. So the first one, the lady in the video, because now you made a good point. Why do you think she's taking such a hard approach to like, just based on your assumptions to like kind of wedge herself into their relationship?
First of all, she mentioned she left several messages. I'm like, okay. She called several times. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, some stalker shit.
And she sent several texts. I'm like, yo, you doing too much. And then you assume that your friendship is above the marriage. And I think what's lost a lot of times, right? I'm trying to figure out a nice way of saying it. I'm going to have to just say it, right?
Okay.
People do not know what marriage is, and we treat marriage as though it's disposable and meaningless. When two people become one, that's a real thing legally, spiritually. I'm going to go on the legal side and the material side. Everything is tied in together. You stepping in with your 2 cents, just ruining shit. What are you doing? Because then she has to stay home with you.
Right.
And then, like, what was that? Like, you missed the good old days. There's a reason why people get married. There's no good old days going to no damn bar, meet some damn stranger all the time. Like, come on, there's some growth in marriage. Like, yo, there's a reason why I can say this, like, for my kid, like, she's going up watching old TV shows, And let's talk about that, for example, right? There's a reason why these old TV shows are coming back. They programming this new generation about marriage. So there's a reason. All these old TV shows are just coming back for free. And they're like trying to program this next generation about relationships and marriage because our generation, and they're like, F y'all doomed. So
you said they're trying to nudge them along, trying to put some influence in there, trying to get them back.
Kids.
No, that makes sense.
So yeah, she's doing too much. Like, why would you keep on calling? You single. Go back and get Fred before Fred is dead. Just go get Fred. Go marry Fred. Get you a boo. Share him. Because you're too old to be doing this.
You said she got to share now, huh? She
got to share him. Because, you know what I'm saying? That's too much.
Yeah.
You called, you left a message, and text several.
Yeah, let me give a quick shout out, man, to Kings of Dreams, man. Salutes to my guy. Thank you for
Kings of Dreams.
Yeah. But yeah, man, like, you know, I know you probably just came up in here, but yeah, we're talking about the sisterhood, man, and why women stay single. Why women pretty much downgrade from being married to, like, you know, pretty much dying alone and with a cat or something, you know? However Kevin Samuels had said it, right? You know? But
said get a cat and die alone, pretty much.
Yeah, I said it backwards. Yeah, you know what I mean? So
you was close enough, shit.
Yeah, you know.
The saddest part, that cat will eat you when you die, and they find you the cat.
Tearing that ass up, huh?
Right. Yeah, because you dead. You food now.
Right.
But so food. M3, let me ask you. So the lady in the video, do you think like there was some jealousy and loneliness with her? That's why she.
No, I don't think it's jealousy and loneliness, because she firmly believed that the friendship is stronger than the marriage. And I'm like, oh, that's really out of pocket, because I know my mother never taught us that stuff. Even my mother with her own sisters, where everybody had their husbands, that was never the case, to put your sister in a position that your sister had to pick between you and the husband, because you already got your own husband, you got your own household, you got your own family. So that was something my mother taught to us about, because you have to, because my parents are from, Latin America, Caribbean islands. You have to fight against the current culture that's like consuming us. They're like, yo, this is not okay. Never kick somebody out the house. The minute you kick your man out, your woman out, there's a man or woman outside waiting for them. So my mom got there, she's like, you can stay right here. We're going to be angry. You're going to be okay. So we
yeah, you said work it out. We're gonna work it out. Damn that. Now, that's a good philosophy, though.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's sleeping on no couch. None of that stuff. She made, she believed in making the lunches and making it full. One of my friends, when he was married, he talked to the wife, and she's like, look, you gotta make your man lunch, because you want to make sure that he don't spend lunch on her. And the wife was like, what do you mean, who's her? It's like those women at work. If you put it, $20 a day and you calculate it by the month, you can take a lot of women, to lunch. Like, no, you pocket that money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Put drinks, put snacks, put 2 lunches in there. He might be hungry in the morning. He got another set ready for him when it's lunchtime. But you never give him the opportunity to go out with Marion or some side, never. But that's the old school thinking. But we all fight it, like, if he leave and he choose to cheat. No, mama, like, I don't give him no opportunity. You never.
Yeah. You don't make the shit easy. Like, damn, put up a little bit of a fight.
But here's a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if this is like, well, I feel like this is a part of like sisterhood, because it's the way how like women are taught. It's like it's a hierarchy system. Okay, women in America are taught that, look, men are beneath them. Men is like this. Everything else becomes a priority, except for us. We're like the slaves to them. Our sole existence is basically to work hard so we could serve them, make sure we cater to their needs, their emotions, their wants. whatever we want does not really matter, and it should not really matter because we're men. So we're supposed to toughen up and deal with everything in life, but we're supposed to stop the time, stop the clock, right? And cater to their emotional needs and menstrual cycles. Kind of going back to like the question a little bit. I think the sisterhood definitely tells women also like, look, an example. Have you ever wondered why, like, most women don't like the competition? Like, like they admire a guy that has a chiseled physique. They say they like the guy who's like the 6 foot tall with the ab. Well, sorry, probably 7 foot tall. At this point, with the abs, the aerobic body, and all that.
Yao Ming out this bitch, huh?
Right. But they don't never settle for a guy like that. And I'm not saying that they cannot or the guy does not want them. It's just that in reality, they understand, like, if you get with somebody that's in that caliber where he's desired by other women, this kind of goes back to your point, Stan, where don't kick that man out of the house because somebody's going to be right around the corner or popping up from the trash can or bushes, and they're going to snatch you up immediately.
But here's the thing about that, right? Real quick. It doesn't matter if that man is 6'7", right? Or 6'5". That could be somebody who's 5'6". This is the South, right? If you have a man that likes staying home and he's fertile, he making some kids, and he working 2 jobs and he happy, and you kicking him out, them women in the South got no problem plucking out that man because he already been married, so you know what marriage is about. That second wife is going to be his second joy in life, and that is something not to mess with in the South. So you can go ahead and say, like, I need a zero, F the zero, and get me a hero. Like, those women will come in and snap up your man like nothing, especially women from New York. Don't fuck with women in New York. Treat your man bad.
They ruthless.
Yes, go ahead. You will find out what it means to be a sister wife real quick.
But M3, so I like what you were saying. So you pretty much you're saying like women will want all these like qualities and preferences, but it's kind of like they lack awareness how to treat that man or know how rare that is.
Yeah.
It's almost like they take it for granted to a certain. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, they're taking it for granted, but eventually, like, they settle down for someone that's far less. Now, Stan has mentioned, like, okay, it doesn't really matter in the South as long as you have that resume. You know what I mean? But in my opinion, overall, in general, they're going to settle down for the best average looking man because
he said the best
their egos is pumped.
My man said a 5.2. He's just
right,
5.2
type of man. Because their egos are so inflated. They're like, okay, well, if I get with someone that no one else is going to go after, chances of that man cheating on me is going to be slim to none. Because you won't have like
fallacy in that, though. There's a fallacy in that.
Okay.
Here's the fallacy. You married that man. You already upgrading him because guess what? He's the Lord of the Rings. I don't have no ring on my ring finger, but you have that ring finger. A lot of women like, oh, he's married, huh? They're going to be part of his harem. You know what I'm saying? They're going to help. That might be his workout wife. Because women are secure with men who are married. They won't sleep with married men. I'm not trying to throw you guys on the bus. But women are more secure with married men. They feel safe. He's like a father to me. He's like a brother. I feel safe around him. Can you pick me up? Take me, walk me to the bus? They feel safe with men who are married. And here you are thinking that nobody wants him. There are now women fantasizing about him. They're like, they probably got like a dildo with his name on it. Damn. They are just like going all out and waiting for you to just fuck it up one time by saying you don't need him and what another man will, another man won't, another man will. And here she comes. You know what? I just went ahead and made you a little Japanese plate of food and this little Compinto box. and I'm gonna make you lunch every day. I'm gonna massage your feet. I'm gonna do your laundry, and voila, here we go.
But okay, but Stan, I have a little
The
bit of
Japanese
pushback
plate,
for it.
I caught that, man.
But first salutes to Ruthless Truth. Thank you for joining
good,
What's
us.
up,
Ruthless?
Ruthless Truth?
But hold on, but I gotta give that slight pushback, Stan, right? Because here's the thing, right?
Give him that smoke, M3.
Now, what happens? Okay, because I get it. Like when you have that ring in your finger, the girls looking at you. They're
No,
like,
not
man.
just the ring. You are Lord of the Rings. You
Okay, but when
got the push.
yeah, but see, but divorce happens, right? In a part of life.
Keep
So
your
when
ring
you-
on. Keep your ring on.
So you saying that ring is like a aphrodisiac?
Big time. I can go hang out with my married friends at a bar or at a club because they got the ring and they're not interested. Ladies come up like, "Can we have a dance? Why she let you out tonight? Let me buy you a drink. This is a safe drink. You're not gonna get drunk. I'm gonna make sure you're taken care of so you can go back to your wife." They use that nice little tone voice and everything. Can you just don't follow me on Instagram? Follow me on Twitter. You know they got like ways.
So Stan, what you saying, man? There ain't no loyalty in this sisterhood, man. This sisterhood bullshit, dude. That's
No, because you're married. You are a higher status male. You are married. You're a higher status male, and already they have become part of your harem. Without you don't need to do anything else. It's not cheating because she's really is looking out for you. Because they also those women know about other women. They're like, yo, you don't hang out with her. If this is your favorite song, I'll dance with you. I will make sure you make it home to your wife. Women know about other women that seek out to destroy relationships. And there are women out there that are straight up imps. And I'll discuss that towards the end of the show. Just remind me about it.
Imps?
But there are some imps
yeah.
out
I'll remind
here.
you. Let me write this down. Ruthless, is this true, man? Is the wedding ring female attractor? Does that work?
Yes. Or even like
See, I believe Ruthless. I was a believer, Stan.
even if you with your girlfriend at the mall, that is a woman attractive.
Damn.
You ain't even got to go to marriage. Women are always tracking men who are taken. That is old information, right? And you can't deny this. When you get in a relationship or marriage, it seems like you become like all of a sudden. Where was you guys at when I was single? I was high and low, nowhere to go, and y'all didn't even give me a grip. Now I got a chick who maybe she's aesthetically not the exact thing I want, but she's doing. Now here y'all come. Now here y'all come. Now I'm like, dang man, I can't
Tell
leave
them
this chick out.
Why you think that is, Ruthless?
Don't they got their booty be sticking out too, Ruthless?
Women
They do,
are
they
looking.
do that little turn with the booty.
Yes,
I'm like,
and this is what men don't want to know. Women are they're destroyers. They come to this. They see something that looks really good. They want to destroy it.
So does that mean like? So wait. So does that mean like once you become single, do you lose access to your work wives?
Not necessarily.
No.
You lose the how you say it? The magneticism, the fire. You still see her, but it won't be the same when you was married. You know what I'm saying? Because
Damn.
Reese said work wives.
Work wives save lives.
That's why they say if the divorce rate, the second time they get married, even way more less chance to make it. Way worse than the first. Meaning the divorce rate even higher than second marriage. Because why? Once they get, they're like, okay, it ain't no excitement no more. I got you. I only really loved you because I wanted something that didn't belong to me. Now that you belong to me, you're all right.
So you saying it's pretty much just like a game to him then. It's not even about like commitment, loyalty, or none of that. It's just I see that, I want to conquer it, and like you said, destroy it. So it's like a sick game.
Here's the problem. Go ahead, Bambi. Go ahead, Stan.
No, I just say commitment, loyalty. That where we get those from?
this is why the men are losing, right, in this battle. Because for many years before, when Ricky Lake, Oprah, all them, right? Women, everybody thought there's all these good women out here. Nobody knew what they was doing because there was no social media like that. You know what I mean? We were living within our spaces. We didn't have this platform where we can share this information. So a lot of guys, I'm gonna treat them better than my mama. You know what I'm saying? But yet, Maury Povich came out with a show, and he said, I want to expose them for what they is. So who you say the father is? Who you say the daddy is? I think it's John or Michael, one or two. Neither one of them father. What you gonna do? Oh, what they do? They run back and cry.
Yeah.
So now that we have these platforms, now that we have the information, men are. It makes me satisfied, right? Because my brothers are still stupid, right? They still won't think that these women don't need to be held accountable for this.
They just believe in love, ruthless truth. They ain't stupid. They just don't think it's going to happen to them.
But their book is still being written. That's what I tell them.
Yeah.
The book ain't finished yet. You better. What Evoke said, hold on to your love.
But see now it makes sense to why, like, because sometimes there'll be guys like they get divorced and then they still marry again. I'm like, why y'all keep marrying, man? And
Look
then
at the women they set them on that dream because they've been waiting. The minute that you get divorced, a lot of women been just waiting for that day because some of the guys feel like, man, I'm okay looking, blah, blah, blah. So when they get divorced and other women find out, they bringing in soup. They're like, you know what? Let me go ahead and clean up your apartment. Let's go shopping so we can get you a look more appropriate. Let's pick out stuff that your wife didn't do. They're gonna do.
Oh, so you're saying like there's like a broader end or like more of like a another twist to it.
Yeah.
So you got.
Because they help you out with your marriage. You're like, oh, she's not doing this. Well, try that. Then try this. Oh, I'm so sorry you're getting divorced. Let me go ahead and make you a casserole. That casserole, and they get you some good casserole. So that casserole.
Wait. Is this like the cuffing season method?
No, I'm just saying this across all boards. The minute the man get divorced, that next door neighbor who's been single, she's been watching, helpful in the marriage, was friends with that wife. She left. She's like, well, you know what? Alice is gone. Let me go and put my bid in. They might just want the D and get that. And they're like, okay, then put him in rotation and have fun. Or other ones, they're like, yo, you could be my boyfriend for like a couple weekends and just be a friend. Let me show you how to date again. Like, they're trying to be a coach. I'm just letting you guys know, like, there are women out here. They are just counting the days for the wives and the girlfriends to just mess up. To mess up. And they're just waiting. So and they're younger too. And they're younger. They waiting because they like already know, like, oh, he's used to marriage. Because he's used to marriage, I'll go ahead and get married.
So you saying we kind of men are addicted to routine?
Yep. And there are younger women, they're like, that's what I want. They're going to get that. And also these women are smart. They're going to make sure that first wife is off of all documents, including the survivor benefits, because some women don't know the husband passed away and you was the first wife, and no matter how long time you've been married, he probably got lazy or he just didn't know that he's supposed to sign off and he didn't sign you off and you on all the documents. So, now these women are smart. They're smarter now. They're like, okay, he already been married. I need to make sure that I'm on everything. Make sure that he get kids from me so I could get some more benefits. These wives, these new wives, they're coming in with a plan. You come here with a dream, they coming in with a plan.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, men are just kind of delusional at this point. Like, we naive and gullible. So
Yeah. I mean, for the first wife, they came in with a dream that he's supposed to take care of me. These second wives come in with a plan. I need to get you off these documents. I'm going to get on the life insurance. I'm going to sit down and give him like 3 juniors so he can forget yours. And I'm going to I'm going to be free with his family.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a wrap.
I do agree with that men are, and I'm coming to this conclusion, right? That I think men are just as delusional as the women. You know?
that's what it sounds like. Shit.
You know, so I mean, I'm like looking. And all we're talking to them. We're telling them, look, these women are moving out here like with chess pieces, and they still think it's the man's fault. It's all on the man. A man, be better, do vet better. Then they turn around and tell the women she needs to pick better. So we're men in such shambles about our ideology about women that the women is easy money for them. They're like, okay, if we can play one against the other.
Ooh, especially if you're a straight man or a bisexual man in Atlanta, like they gonna get paid. No, because they pay for men. Those women in Atlanta, they pay for their man. Because you have to share them. And those men, they elite women, and they paying for their men.
So, what, the women outnumber the men down there or something?
Yeah. One of my friends, I don't want to put his business out there, but they did tell his wife, like, hey, you have to get a job because you got to compete when you go there to Atlanta. They were from the Bay. He gets there. She's like just trying to like stay at home, spend money. He comes home, like, look, it's over with. I got 4 women paying me. What's your worth? Yeah. One of my Latino friends, I told him to go to Atlanta. He went to Atlanta. He got himself married to a doctor. He like his mom trying to like, oh, she's black. He's like, I don't give a damn.
So my boy leveled up, huh?
Practices. She got practice in Georgia, Philly, and New York. He like, I'm rich. That's y'all.
The thing about it, right, is I see that going on a little bit, but here's the thing: is it sustainable? And that's where it's going to come down, right, in that 5 to 10 years, because if you're going into a situation like that, you damn near, or you have to give up your manhood.
You got to give up what again?
You got to give up your manhood, right? You got to be the feminine one in the relationship, because she's going to be the masculine one. If she's getting all that money, she's paying for you. She's paying to emasculate you, to demasculate you.
But here's the thing, right?
Did he have game though, Stan? Was he?
He was just a black man, faithful to his wife, and they went to Atlanta. I always tell people, even my stepbrother, when he got married and his wife went to Atlanta, we told him, like, don't go to Atlanta because we're from the South. Like, don't. Because Atlanta's like New York of the South, right?
Okay.
Went to Atlanta. There was women coming up to my sister-in-law house like, hey, I saw your husband. Here's my business card. If you guys need anything. She was like, bitch, what? And he wasn't cheating. It was just the women, they see a man and they like, look, I'll pay y'all. I just need him to be my date for a night. That's Atlanta. When they see a man, they gonna pay for a man.
But I do agree with Ruthless. I would just say like if it was a dude like you, Ruthless, that was like, hey man, I got this doctor chick. You're gonna be straight because you know how to set them boundaries. But yeah, most dudes will.
I don't know if I would marry her though.
Oh, the Latino dude, he married. He was like, look,
it's the thing about it.
I'm gonna be a U.S. citizen.
The one thing I understand, right, is when women have that type of resources over you, it is, believe me, the power trip will eventually fold. And me, I got a strong personality, right? So, you know what I'm saying? I don't care if she make more money than me, but I say, this is what we're going to do with the money, and this is the direction we need to go in. She's definitely going to, challenge that. Oh, well, sure, I'm paying the bill. So then that's where, right when that happens, so for me, no, right? I'm not worried about that, but I'm just saying for the men who are doing that, these guys most likely weren't getting none that much, and they have to settle. So they're the type of men that they would probably go after.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna marry her, and I'm taking half. I'm cashing out. I'm gonna be in the courthouse like a whole chick. Like, hey, I need to keep up my cost of living. I need to get my what's that upkeep? I'm gonna hit up with all the terminology.
I'm used to a certain lifestyle. I'm accustomed to a certain lifestyle.
Yeah, that's shout out to Stan. I'm using all that terms. I'm like, look, this Bentley gas ain't cheap.
But them guys he talking about are outliers though. Them are not the majority of women. Majority of women are not going to take up on no poor man. Unless she's
but I'm saying this is Atlanta when the women are making that money.
Yeah, most of them are probably not that attractive, right? If they're a bad bitch, it's not happening. I don't care where they
remember that judge. That's
a good point, Ruthless.
Miss Gorilla Grip Coochie, and she's still back with that lawyer that she hired and paid him all that money. She ain't letting him go. She did have to fire him, but that's still her man. Like who she gonna find? She got somebody. He was knocking out the motherboard coins out of her.
If they're unattractive, right? Exactly. Them type of women got to be unattractive, like overweight, or really something that's you're gonna go for that, right? Yeah, that's the only woman's gonna do that. But if she's 8 or better, no, I'm gonna say if she's 7.5 or better, it's just not happening. It's just not happening because she already understands the dudes are going to pay for her, regardless of how much money she makes.
I do kind of.
No, that's a great point though. It's basically like the level of her ego.
Yeah,
that determines like what type of person she's going to become.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like, because here's the thing: we got to start fine printing these things, right? Like putting it out there. We do blindly say, hey, oh yeah, if you go to this place and these other places, women will treat you like a king. They'll pay for you. They'll make you the best homosexual that you could ever become. But these are the women, right? These are the type of women that I know for sure that I wouldn't even look at. I wouldn't even go to Atlanta like to look for those type of women.
Right.
Because I know like, and I'm gonna
understand. We going.
Yeah. they're not the ones that is qualified beyond my eyes of the determination of beauty.
Have you guys looked at the women in Atlanta? They're fine.
I'm not looking. Look. I'm not look. I'm gonna put it like this. It's gonna be
I'm gonna tell you the truth. 1, 2, 3. All y'all married. Those women in Atlanta, they don't care. Number one, they will share you. You don't have to be sexual.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
You for your time. They will pay you. You could be a king. They will sit down and
no money is valuable, man, when you're ugly like that. Okay.
I'm telling you, they're ugly. These women in Atlanta, they are stallions. They are beautiful. They're the divine 9. They want to be around men, and they will pay for some men, and they don't give a damn about no sisterhood because they're tired sleeping with socks on. They need men.
What is the average weight for an Atlanta woman? Is it 200 or 300 pounds?
300
they ain't nowhere near the 100 range.
6. So, so I don't know what to tell you. You have to see it for yourself. That's why Atlanta is not the rest of America or Black America. Atlanta is a case by itself. And when you go down there, they like you are brand new. Like when I have a layover on, I'm not gonna say the name of the airline, but I avoid taking this airline because I get anxiety attack because I feel like I'm on Soul Plane 2. When I have to transfer another flight, and I'll be praying to God like, God, please. Like I don't like the hub of Atlanta, but Atlanta, those women are gorgeous. They love men. When they see a man, when you go down the South, they just like, oh, you're not from here.
But I heard they were like real superficial.
Again,
like they so caught up in like the materialistic shit. That's what I heard, man.
They're not gonna play that card.
Here's the thing, right? See, the thing about Atlanta, you got a lot of D-boys, you got scammers, right? So them guys are in there too, right? And the bad bitches, they collecting them, right? These dudes is gonna put up, they're gonna get them bottles at the club, they're gonna take it. Now, if they're 8 and up, man, 7 with a badass body, right? They're getting them guys, right? They're going after them guys first. Then that's short-lived. So when they get in their 40s, maybe 42, 43, they might buy something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe become a cougar or a sugar mama, you know what I'm saying? Because they just want the youth, right? But that's still outliers, right? There's still outliers, right? Because a lot of women that age still got egos. They still think they want niggas on their level, right? So Atlanta is so, but Atlanta reminds me of a little bit of Hollywood.
Yes,
right?
I agree.
You know what I mean? So you got some weird stuff going too. You probably got women put dildos in dudes. You know what I'm saying? And doing some yeah, you got dudes. You got.
Yeah, I hear some weird shit about Atlanta, so I agree with you, man. Yeah.
There's people who, because you're not from Atlanta, you're there for a limited time.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, I don't have to compete because I put my bid in. You'll get a couple more bids because this is the same place when you're walking down the street, women will stop their car just to holler at you. This is not the rest of the world. Like the women in the South, when they see somebody brand new, they put their bid in. They're like, yo, how long you gonna be in town? Let me take you out here. You be like, nah, I'm cool. I'd rather do this. They're like, okay, I got you. My treat.
Nah, because I get you, but like one of my boys, he kind of said the same thing like Ruthless was saying, as far as like everybody's like trying to keep up with the Joneses and press each other. So like they be doing that bottle service. So they're, even though like you said, they're chasing you and stuff, but the expectations is a little inflated too, because they're like, hey man, we should be going to the VIP, buying out bottles and shit. So unless you a trick, you ain't gonna be doing.
With the locals though, like when I go to New York, I don't spit game like a New Yorker. I'm not a New Yorker. I stay in my lane. I'm visiting. I'm only here for 3 days. Because anybody visit New York, you land on Thursday, you gotta leave on Monday. That's New York. Land on Thursday and you gotta leave on Monday. You can't spend a whole day in Monday in New York. People looking at you like, what you doing? You ain't got no job? Get the fuck out of here. So like
But you know, it's not too materialistic though. That's what I'm saying. Like you can go to some spots and you know, it's a little laid back, but they said like Atlanta's on, but that's, you know, like a whole different level. Kind of like I heard Miami the same way. Certain parts of Miami.
Miami is the same way. Miami is the same way. Brickell, the whole thing. We got a brunch crowd. It's crowded.
You said a brunch crowd.
Again, there's a whole brunch crowd. But again, I'm going to point this to the sisterhood. Like when you see a group of women together at brunch, and they stop in like one girl that stands out, the other guys trying to approach. They're like, "No, go away. This is girls' brunch time." And I'm like, "Yo, like y'all need to get married. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, y'all better help and get this man before a white woman will." Like,
so they about to miss out, shit.
You know what I'm saying? This is rare. You got somebody interested in y'all just push them aside. And you know, Brickell, them white women, they got booty too. They like, oh, let me grab him real quick. And then you can't keep on like making other women single when you go out. Like, hey, he might have a cousin or a brother for you. So like, you know.
So you said it's always that cock blocking one in the group that like shuts it down for everybody else, or
it's a whole group that's cock blocking.
Oh man.
Yeah, I ain't understand that. That's stupid.
Yeah, Ruthless probably know, because Ruthless, you've seen that before, right? They got the one beautiful friend and all of them blocking her from meeting other guy. Like, girl, you got to stay down with us because you always be leaving us for a dude.
Yeah, that's that jealousy.
I feel those experiences. Yeah, and women are easily manipulated by other women. So, yeah, it can happen, especially if she's into you and if she's really into you and you really what they want. Or they trying to destroy that relationship. Misery loves company.
Hey, M3, go ahead and play that second video, man. Let's check that one out.
Yeah, certainly. All right, fair use.
I divorced my high school sweetheart after 5 years of marriage and 4 babies. And I recently started dating. And let me tell you something that I've noticed we do. Myself and several of my friends have gotten out of either marriages or long-term relationships that were abusive, either physically, emotionally, verbally, toxic. Maybe the partner didn't hold their weight, whatever. I'm not just speaking to my experience. And I've noticed something that we start dating and we meet someone and they're doing the bare minimum and we think it's everything.
This is another narrative that's just getting old. Like, how the fuck does it take you 5 years, but not only 5 years, okay, you're kind of dumb, you're naive, you don't know any better, but 4 children? So he was toxic and abusive and all of these things for 5 years, and you still decided to pop out 4 children with him. Like, make that make sense. Like, is it one of those situations where you think that a baby is going to make the relationship better? But then what gets me is you literally tell on yourselves, because then you say you have a bunch of friends that are going through the same thing or have been through the same thing. And what do you think that is? Y'all are in each other's ears talking about how miserable you all are. One person will say, oh, my husband's manipulative. So what does that do? You start to think, oh, maybe my husband is manipulative too. So you start seeing
This is
him
kind of what you was
as
talking
a
about,
liar,
Lucius.
a cheater, doesn't tell the truth, is a horrible person, because all of your friends are also in your ear. But not only that, is your friends, once they become single, will then make you think that the grass is greener on the other side. So you all end up divorced, miserable, and unhappy, supposedly because of a toxic relationship. If it's so damn toxic, then why did you have 4 children? Why didn't you stop at 1 child? Because you knew long before you had baby 2, 3, and 4 that he was toxic. And then y'all get online and talk about the bare minimum this and the bare minimum that, and the dating scene sucks, but what have you actually done to heal yourself other than break up your family and talk shit on the internet? Like, really? And the funny thing about it is you're going to actually expect somebody else who's not the father of your children to take on 4 kids willingly. Like, what delusional world are y'all living in? And if he has kids of his own, guess what? You end up with like fucking 6 kids. Like, it's just freaking wild to continuously come on the internet and talk about how abusive somebody is when you chose to have 4 children with him. You have friends that are divorced and miserable, and y'all are doing the same shit, expecting a different result. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Woo!
What y'all think about that video?
She needs the organ music because she was preaching.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure.
Hey!
Yeah, I always thought that was crazy. Like I said, when somebody they'll say that stuff like she mentioned. They'll have like 4 kids and stuff. It's like, damn, you ain't stop after 1. You ain't realize
like
that.
5 kids, right? She was already, when she got married, she was already pregnant. There were kids back to back to back to. Where were you?
Obviously, he wasn't that bad, man. After you know the 2nd and 4th child, but see, that's the sisterhood program in that brain, that type of mentality. Oh yeah, it's like your Tira Mara. You graduated from marriage after having kids by Corey Hardrick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that graduation
and now look
shit,
at
that threw me off.
Okay, right? I'm single. If there's such thing as mediation, like before they go to divorce, like that's like, do anybody in the court system, is that like a priority? Like looking at yo, like you've been married this long, there's 4 children involved. You might suffer from postpartum depression because like look like you just like nonstop having these kids. Let's do some mediation because this is not going to look good for you and the family long run. Is there no such thing as that?
I think there's mediation if one party, like out of 2 parts, if one person is like, no, I don't want a divorce. But if it's non-contested, uncontested, then you just skip on with the process. So, wow. I mean, you know, but California is also kind of weird too. You know what I mean? So, so far for the things I heard, like I don't think that counseling is pretty much like a priority. So you either just deal with it, or it's just going to be a long process to try to, like, you know, end this divorce.
So Stan, you kind of saying you think that people should sit down with like a I'm not gonna say therapist, but like maybe even a counselor and talk it out.
Yeah, because if I'm looking at it, right, like, okay, there's 4 children, 5 years. So basically, since the marriage, like you just been pregnant, like it's ongoing, it's cascading to you one divorce. So is this postpartum? Because I don't want you to regret this decision later in the fall and I'm just thinking ahead. Like, do you want to do mediation? Because like, it's for children. Like, and again, I understand the fantasy because these movies that come out, these romantic comedies, what's yours, what's mine is ours. And I'm like, yo, those kids have a father. So
we have
this new man and then these new kids, and you dealing with this baby mama, his ex-wife, and think everything is going to be this grand design. And I'm like, you didn't even fight for your own marriage. So why do you fight for a new relationship?
So here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
This is an indictment. This is an indictment on what women really are. Right? You have to watch a woman. You can't take your eyes off of her because her eyes can be manipulated through social media, outside interference, friends, family, or other relationships. Like they called a girl on her Instagram flaking like she had a mansion, but it was her mom's mansion, but she's like, this is how I'm living. Ooh. And she's shining on all these other girls, and these other girls with in these relationships where they might have 3 kids and they're a little under middle class and they look like I deserve better. See, a woman, due to her instability of her emotions and feelings, is a vessel that's not to be trusted to keep things in reality. So, and I'm not speaking to anybody, but I'm just saying a lot of these women out here are speaking to unrealistic visions, but they're having these visions, right? They can see it and they can feel it. And they would throw everything away. They would burn the whole family down, the whole house down. And the part what makes it worse is us men, because we always hold the other men accountable and let the women off the hook. Oh, he was abusive. And he was emotionally abusive, right? Because he was telling you don't believe the lie. This is where we got a family to protect. And you're out here chasing empty dreams. Then then mom like, why you want to leave him? Because he's just abusive. So once again, we have to stop believing a lie about these women. When you're getting into something with these commitments with these type of creatures, they are very unstable. And you have to rule with an iron fist. It just goes after this. Why sexual liberation killed the game.
No, Rufus, you're not the iron fist, and you call them creatures.
Yes.
That's what happens, bro.
I mean, I hate to say it, right? I hate to say it, but because the country we live in and the ideology of the country, that women have been given this freedom. And in this freedoms, they are living in a delusion. And it's sold to an illusion that is tearing household after household after household down. Not only black women, white women, Asian, same dishes all across the board. And all they're doing is, look at the man, he's abusive. I did it because he was not there for me. But he's paying all the bills. He's putting all the shit. He's the one working all the hours to make sure that you have that house you want, so that you can have the little Toyota, but you think you deserve a Benz. Because your friends on the social media, the girl got a Mercedes in the year. You feel you deserve that. See, that is where the problem is coming. Women feel they deserve better because they've been tricked by looking outside, not knowing that that's a facade. People got big car payments, they even check to check. A lot of these women ain't making the money like they say they make, but the other women believe it. Oh, I want to be a boss bitch like that. I want to have and this is where we at. So once again, us men, we got to tighten up our ship and get our house in order, because you're fighting against outside distractions. You're fighting against Instagram. You're fighting against the American government. You're fighting against the Gucci bag. You're fighting against you've forgotten all these things that are trying to pull you guys apart.
I mean, you also fight against the competition of other men, like as well, and
yeah, there's
we got
simps and shit. So
and simps, they definitely make the world go round with these chicks, man, and That's the unfortunate part because every entity, man, they lie to these type of women, and they give that reassurance like, hey, you know, if you be with me, you're gonna have this. You're dinging the money around. If you leave your husband and you be Tia independent Mari, then you're gonna have all this like to yourself. You're gonna have all these good looking options. Like the grass is definitely greener, more colorful on the other side, and you ain't even gotta mow your lawn, right? Because you're always gonna have a slave man to do it for you, slave simp, right? And so they get into that illusion, thinking that this is what's gonna happen to them once they leave, and then by the time like when reality hits, that's where it's gonna really hurt the most. And to be honest with you, to kind of like, you know, kind of like give a little bit pushback with Stan, right?
Get all the smoke today. That's what I'm talking about. M3. Give him that smoke.
Look, Stan, you're my brother, right? But like some of the things you're saying, man, it's too soft.
Give him that word. Stan, fight back.
Look, Stan. Fuck them, right? Let them deal with their own pain. They need to go through this. Let the process happen. If they don't, I don't care about no goddamn postpartum depression or whatever, right? Sharing those goddamn kids anyway. But for a woman like those, like at their caliber, anytime that you decide, you make a decision to leave your man, like I said, Tia Mari, Judge Mathis' wife, you know what I mean?
Tom Brady's wife.
Tom
Brady's wife.
Tom Brady, because he's whatever, but you cheated on him with the trainer anyway. So all these wives, right, that is not faithful to you, let them go. Fuck marriage counseling. Because look, marriage counseling really in actuality is going to be designed against you anyway. They're going to make you hold yourself accountable, which we're used to that, and we normally do that. But the accountability is never going to really be placed on these type of women. And then you feel like you got to do extra, you got to do more to try to hold on to something that's already beyond repairable. So let that be dissolved. Let that stuff, let that it go. Okay?
I gotta push back.
Okay, Stan. So you disagree, Stan? Hold on,
I disagree because like this is different. Like she has 4 kids within 5 years. That's a cascade of pregnancies. That's a lot on your body and your mind. So that's all. I still gotta push like, hey, why was there no counseling and no mediation? Because to just like I want a divorce without any clarity of like what's really happening, and I'm gonna preface this a little differently, right? To say you got to have an iron fist, they're going to see that as abuse. To display any power or change is seen as abuse. Even if you do a budget is classified as financial abuse. You can show the judge like, yo, these are my hours. This is what we have to spend. And we have 10 kids. And I had to tell her no from buying something that cost $699 that she saw on QVC. It's financial abuse. So I don't want, I'm already seeing the cards out for us as men. So it's not even favorable. And like, if I'm going to go make a budget or something like that, like you do have to work it out because the laws are against men anyway. Look at Tyrese. Tyrese been paying child support steadily for 2 kids and they still put him in jail today.
He owes $73,000 though. See that?
But see, Stan, I'm going to talk about Tyrese now at this point, right? Now you have Samantha Lee Gibson, right? A well-known Christian woman, okay, one who's always preach about the Lord Jesus Christ, right? And yet you are red pill, whatever the fuck she is, right?
She's not red pill.
Well, she's trying to mask like she's red pill. She's trying to be down just like Kamala Harris.
Was she trying to be like a dating coach or something like that?
Right.
On YouTube.
But the thing is, like, okay, even a person like her that talks about like how women need to get their stuff together, how they need to act right, and you're contrary to what you're preaching because you try and get that money. You're pretty much finessing your own fellow sisters. That matter of fact, she is the epitome of the sisterhood because now you're creating a bunch of mindless, brainless sisters, right? That will follow your lead as a woman, yet you're doing all these horrible things to your husband. Who told you to leave Tyrese? Who told you to step out of the marriage? Why couldn't she get the marriage counseling? See, the thing is,
she did.
But hold on, let me ask Stan a question. So, what is people going to kind of get out of the counseling session? So, are you looking at it for the kids?
I'm looking at it for the kids, but what I want to answer with M3, she did get a lot of advice to not leave him because he didn't cheat. So a lot of
he didn't cheat or she didn't cheat.
No, he didn't cheat. He didn't cheat, right? So there was not, he was coming back from work, and then they had a lot of help. They had like TD Jakes. They had the Jakes over them. They had
they had power bottom.
Okay, they had
shout out power bottom.
Lord. But they had like a lot of black married people on their side and corner, but like she didn't want to listen. And she talked about that. There was like she was listening to certain people who was like telling her that she needs to like divorce him because I guess she felt like she was the only one working in the marriage and being and living like a single mom. I'm like, but you married.
Hold on. Let me pause this real quick. Pause real quick, okay? So Stan, so what you're telling me, right?
Yeah.
My screen just tripped like that. So what you're telling me is that you kind of proved me right about this, right? So she went through.
Y'all both wrong.
So she went through the whole marriage counseling process. Okay.
And support. There was a support system.
And yeah, it was like a useless support system. Okay. You had power bottom and all these other highly sustained like type of preachers and pastors and all that to try to really help make the marriage.
They have an intervention.
And mind you, he didn't even know that she wanted to divorce him, and that's the other side too. Go ahead.
Yeah, but again, ultimately, she made a choice to choose who she wants to listen to, and that's the sisterhood. And by her listening to the sisterhood and not listening to the people who are supportive of her, it kind of proves that marriage counseling was pretty much a waste of time. Because why get the counseling and you're not going to apply the advice that's given? And here's the thing. Why even preach about in open scriptures about the word of God, and yet you don't want to follow the Bible when it tells you to work your marriage out, to not divorce your husband, to not divorce your wife. See, people are Bible selective. And that's why I got to getting on you guys. Well, not you guys, but,
I was like, damn. We giving everybody that work.
Artificial Christians.
But see, I think the issue, man, I think it ties back to a lot of times as men. See, because the first thing, like, she a pretty chick. Tyrese already done got out of a marriage, so I don't know why the hell he was like trying to do this shit again. So he saw her, got with her, and man, she had him pegged from day one. Like, I'm gonna get with him, I'm gonna cash out. That's what they do to a lot of these celebrities. So a lot of these celebrity guys, man, their ego so big that they keep jumping into these marriages. They have kids with these different women, and they gonna cash out, man. It don't never end any different way, man, and that's just the reality.
You have to understand, Tyrese was raised by a single mom,
man, Cam Newton, all of them, man, they keep doing all this shit, and then, man, they end up in court fees. These females are finding loopholes in the,
They feel like it's the right thing to do. If you love someone momentarily, get married to them. It's just something that was ingrained to, like, I want to say more. Well, I feel like in most black families, back then we grew up thinking that okay, marriage was the solution, and then you find out, and then you lose the novelty, and then it just doesn't really work out.
But see, we claim like we're more logical than females, but it seems we're operating off of way more emotion than they are. Then, if that's the case,
I don't think marriage is a solution. I think marriage was a stage. Like, you have now reached the epitome of manhood when you decide to get married. Like, you made that choice of I'm forsaking all the chicks. I'm stopped being the man whore. I have to laugh at that. And you're going to stay faithful to one. Oh, I can't even say it out loud. Stay faithful to one woman.
Stan choking up. But Stan, real quick, when you was talking about counseling and stuff, I don't think like they need counseling. Honestly, I think like these females that want to jump off, I think sometimes they need that old chick that jumped out in the market, had a bad time with that, you know, bad experiences, and come back like, hey, ain't that what you think it is? You know, you're gonna jump out here,
like
you're delusional, like, you know what, go home and work it out with your man. I don't think they need a counselor. I think they need somebody to share their experiences with them.
Let me help you out, guys. Let me help you guys out. All you guys are wrong. Listen, these women are being taken by the devil. Right? all these things are demonic forces. See, this is why, God is magnificent, right? Because this is why he said he wants the man over the house and not the woman. God put things in place for it to work. And we, not all of us on here, but a lot of us have, I think a lot of these men want the women to lead them. So all this women empowerment, all this, listen, counseling ain't gonna do shit. All they're gonna do is love yourself. Do what's best for you. That's what the counselor's gonna tell her because she's getting paid. So she's gonna go with the side of the one who's paying her. Right? She wants the next self-love, baby. Love thyself, and you maybe can love someone else. But what happens when you love yourself? You become more selfish. Right? And then you stop caring more about your family, you stop caring more about you start saying, I didn't put me first. And this is where it makes a person worse. So bottom line is you can put any formula you want out here for these women, right? They are taking the bait. They are manipulating the system, manipulating the men. They're divorced from the top to the bottom, whether they're poor or rich, right? It doesn't matter. They're leaving whoever they feel like leaving with no consequences intact. And when you have no consequences, who's going to respect you? This society is tamed because of consequences, right? You know, if you don't do, and then there's a small percentage that break them anyway. But for the most part, everybody's going to follow under the rules of the structure because of the consequences that could be afforded to them if they do not follow orders or follow the way of the law of life. But these women are being let off the hook because God's like, Stanley's talking about, oh, well, you know, she had kids, she needs a counselor, and she need a big hug, and all she's doing is fucking following the desires of her heart. Listen, you cannot acquit these women. Doesn't matter. She's old enough to understand right and wrong. She's very comprehensive and understood them. She understood when the baby came in her stomach, she understood that. Where it came with that. And she was with it. But then this is the problem, Stan. A lot of women are checking out the journey. They're checking out the journey because, once again, they are being deceived by the devil. They think that it's greener on the other side. Right?
But I do see what Stan's saying, because Stan's looking out for the kids. But yeah, it's far gone. But let me ask y'all, because this is the issue I do have, because I get what you're saying, Ruthless, and you're not wrong. But the issue I have with a lot of guys, it's not hard to spot a lot of these females what they're actually want. So like Samantha Lee, not to be mean, but I could have spotted her like way in the beginning in the dating phase before you got somebody would marry her. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of dudes just ignore all these red flags and stuff.
But she was making her own money. She was
not
making
being realistic. Let me have this conversation with Stanley. You're not being realistic, right? Mr. Sophisticated Jerk. Everybody got fucking red flags. It's which red flags you think you can deal with. That's what it comes down to. Every woman has a red flag. Every man has a red flag. So there's no one perfect, right? Everybody has flaws. So what flag you don't pick? Right. So now we're not understanding a relationship is a gamble. Right? No matter no matter how much you vet, or how much you do everything you think is right, it's still a gamble. And
I get you.
Yeah, man, who's most likely to jump ship earlier? The numbers are saying the women, right? So if you want to make a bet, if I had to place my bet today, that out of men and women, who's going to leave their relationship due to, unforeseen desires, shit that doesn't really matter? Women, right? And so now we have a problem. We have a situation because everybody's up in shambles talking about we need a nuclear family now. And women saying, I'm an independent, I don't need a man. So what are we going to do? We're having a conflict of interest. Feminism, you forget about feminism. You forget about feminism, right? Yeah, don't forget about that. Oh, independent, I'm equal. My body, my choice. They're using all this shit. There's a war going on. I understand you're in marriage purgatory, so I understand you're not really, in the active market out here. So it's understandable. You got your woman, you got your place, you're Gucci. I like this hat, right? But at the end of the day, these women out here are different. And they're moving in such demonic way that, and all the men are trying to reel them back in. Hey, we want you feminine, traditional. We want you feminine, friendly. And these women said, fuck that. Fuck that. 50,
but I get you. But because I see what you're saying. Like, man, I met my wife like early. So I understand the game's different, but I don't understand why guys keep playing the same game. That's why I'm saying, like, if I'm Tyrese, I'm not getting married, dog. I'm not gonna have a bunch of kids. You know what I'm saying? Even me personally, I only have one kid because I understand the game. I understand the system.
No, but the game is,
you know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna put myself in the system. That's why I understand with dudes. They keep putting themselves into it.
But a man want a legacy, and the woman that he think he's picking, right, she's tricking him into believing because, come on. How much you're actors, right? He's an actor. So, and a singer. So the women he's meeting are high level women. He's not even hooking regular women, right? Top elite women. And they're still just bouncing because you can't, in the beginning, it's all sweet. Baby, honey, forever, right? And they make the weather bells. Then what did Tyrese start said? I left him because I thought I had more options.
So did he get with Samantha Lee because like she had it all together, or was because she fine?
She said that. Well, both attraction is always going to be number one, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying like some people over prioritize attraction. That's you see what I'm saying. So was that the case?
She has money. That was one. She had her own money. She had her own career. She told him that the money was not important to her. She signed a prenuptial agreement. She got her own lawyers, the whole nine. And they talked about it and all this stuff because, he just came out of that first relationship and he thought that this was something solid. And, it wasn't. But, like, for him, he's always gravitated, like he said in the Shannon Sharp interview, that he loves how marriage feels. He's going to get married again. And he's gonna have more children.
See, that's what I'm saying, man. He got a dependency on this shit.
I
try to tell y'all, man. That's why I don't lose, man. He got a dependency. He going in it. He's looking for it instead of letting stuff happen organically. He gonna jump into another. Go ahead.
But here's the problem, though. We got the men in the other corner. If you ain't married, use a hoe. Saying this to other men. Yeah,
I don't agree with that. I'm like, live your life, man. I'm like, don't do it.
There is a lot of men pushing. You need to be married. Choose better. Vet better. Right?
No, you do have those. That's true.
Get to the bag. Get your life together. Then the women are going to gravitate toward you. But what they don't realize, what's gravitating toward them, and their options become the worst options ever, is women without substance and women who are materialistic. And that's what the options are for these people like Tyrese. That's what they are. The poor, ugly women ain't coming to them. My bad bitches is coming. What you gonna tell them? I don't want no bad bitch. Bring that 1.5 over here. Let me be with her. Damn fool, come on. That's insane, right? Ain't nobody finna do no shit like that, right? It's just a fairly good looking woman. That's just the way life goes, right? That's never
yeah, but I'm saying, man, you can't be in a space where you pedestalize and stuff, and that's what I'm getting at. Like when you pedestalizing somebody, you put you put their beauty over your wealth and your empire that you built. You dumb, and that's why they lose. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, true. That's true. This is a true statement. But here's the problem: men value come from their economic success, and for cherry on top is what? Their legacy. So how do you build a legacy, right? Optimal is marriage, right? Optimal is marriage. So therefore, every time from a very little kid, boy, go out there, get yourself together, and what happened? Find you a wife.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're turning around and telling them, well, I don't know if you should be looking. It is happening organically. So she meets him, they have a conversation, they go on dates. He's courting her, he's looking. I'm doing a lot of money. I'm sure he's looking to protect his stuff. Okay. She's checking off all the boxes, but she's playing a role. Women are great actresses, great Grammy winner, award-winning actresses, and you have to give them their credit. And this is what's happening. And these guys are like, man. And then 5 years in, she switched up on him. Got you. What? You gonna leave me? You gonna leave me? Pay me. It's gonna cost you to leave me. And he's stuck. Then she gonna walk, and he's gonna have to pay her. That's the game. And this comes from their mamas and their daddies and their uncles. From get married and find you a good woman. But the fact remains is, who's the good woman?
And I agree with Rufus, because the scary part when you see the women's space and you TikTok again, when you hear like white women say, if you want to be a fast time millionaire, invest in that black boyfriend in college.
Yes. Yeah.
And they look at the sports, right? Football is number 3. That's like the last tier. First tier is basketball. Second tier is baseball. Third tier is football.
Yes.
And
I'm surprised baseball is second tier, because I will think baseball is like third.
You know how much baseball makes? Baseball
they make that money.
More money.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. And we're not even talking about Major League Baseball. We're talking about like Division B and C. They still make money more than than football players. And they are on the road. It's like you're married to somebody in the military. My apologies, anybody in the military. But they gone for 9 months. So it's 9 months they get money to run the household.
So it's a win-win for them, because they could just cheat while the husband's out there serving the country.
Yeah.
Jodies, that's what we used to call them. But anyway, don't ask me how I know. Man. I plead the fifth.
And they got the highest divorce rates. The military, them women.
Yeah, it's high as hell, man.
Ooh, they let that thing go. Get to it. They getting another man. They getting pregnant by another man. They leaving. Then they coming back talking about, baby, I missed you.
But like when I was in the military, man, them dudes, man, they be getting married in like 2 weeks. They've done met a girl at the club, and 2 weeks later, man, they be married and stuff. We used to be like pulling these dudes to the side, like, man, what you doing, man? Like, oh man, I love her, that type of shit. So that's what
I'm alone.
Only reason I'm laughing because in the South, that's what's like, get you a military man. Before the basketball and football stuff was happening, it was like, get you a military man.
Get the benefits.
Deployment, yes, and you get the benefits. The housing is cheap. He's deployed for a year and a half. All you gotta do is send them little treats. We call them the little kits.
Like a safety, the safety box. I forgot what they call them, but
little care package, like he's going.
Care package. There you go.
Put a little cheese whiz in there, some crackers, and some man wipes.
Cheese whiz.
Some man wipes. You know what I'm saying? Dear John letter every month.
So Stan was in the crib helping packing boxes. You ain't shit, Stan. Stan was like, "Hey man, let me help you pack this box."
Put little cheap cookies.
Stan ain't shit.
Put little cheap cookies from.
Hey, that dude was probably so excited. They put the little perfume on there. Them dudes be sniffing the box and shit. Stan over there helping pack the box. You ain't shit, Stan.
Stan's a piece of shit.
Yeah, Stan ain't no good. Stan, you better.
I just know things, and I plead the fifth.
Mm.
I'm telling
But
you,
you know, she's wearing that dog tag. She's going to the commissary every week like it's Costco. There's benefits in marrying somebody from the military, and also while he's in the military, and you put that kid into child care, you go ahead and get colleges for free because you get a GI Bill because y'all married. So
Are you giving tutorials to these gold diggers? This sounds like a gold digger tutorial right now, I'm saying.
it's
Stop
on TikTok. It's on TikTok. Go Fort Worth, Texas.
He's like, how to finesse,
Go
right?
to Florida. Go to Pennsylvania, and get your military man, and make sure he's stationed.
You said Pensacola?
You know, if he's higher ranking, you can travel too. Go to Guam. You go.
Yeah, Stan giving the whole blueprint.
Yeah. I gotta put this disclaimer out.
Military man, and if he's like, you know, abusive, you go through JAG, and once that go through JAG, you get you a big pension from that. And you don't, you know, saying you got your own separate divorce in the military, so you want to go through JAG, and anybody know about JAG?
Yeah, Jag. Let me holler at Ruthless real quick. So Ruthless, let me ask you a question. Do you think men need to stop doing like a traditional marriage and do like, if they do want to get married, do the spiritual type wedding? I heard people talking about that now, like a spiritual wedding.
Let's be honest here. There's common law marriages now.
Leave America out your business. That's number one. You have to remove the government from your house. That's the
government's
first start.
still part of there, though. Ruthless.
No, if you
gotta live together.
Hold on, Stan. Hold on, Stan. Listen. Now, I give kudos to Tom Brady because you know his wife is rich, right?
Yeah.
But you know what she's trying to do?
I think the only time you get married is if your wife is rich. Spiritual.
But you know what she's trying to do, right? She tried to take half. He was eligible for half his assets, even when she was rich. And you know what Tom Brady did before he got married? He put everything in his mama's name. So she couldn't touch that. So here it is, right? So that's a great case in point. Men, we have to be different. We got to treat the women on not what they are from the very beginning, but what the potential outcome can happen, right? And that means proper preparation. Protect yourself, protect your assets, protect your feelings. Understand that even though you might really like this woman, she might be everything at this moment. Right? There's a possibility because men we're more logical and we're more dedicated, plus because we have more invested in a woman and in a relationship. Your woman can walk at any time, and you have to carry it that way. And I'm not saying that you need to show it or wear it on your sleeve, but you need to understand that as men, as far as dealing with these women, I would suggest that if you don't, especially now, it would be better not to marry, keep it in a relationship status, keep it to get a promise ring. Yeah, even though she might still get a little bit, but she won't be eligible for a lot of benefits that she takes from you. Because you need to be sure of your future and that she doesn't destroy you. Now, with the kid part, the problem with the kid part, you need to always understand when you have a child with a woman, you automatically become less than the man you were before she got pregnant. Right? Because she's going to put that child first. Yes. She's going to put that child first. That's what
M3 was talking about. M3 said you become like bottom of the pecking order in the house. Yes. The dog is above you. The goldfish.
Yes.
You got a bird that's above you.
Even though you're providing all these resources, all this and these emotional intelligence shit, all this shit you're gonna put up with, right? Right? You can't put yourself in a purgatory situation to where you're trying to appease this woman's happiness to hold your house together, because then it's only held together with glue, and that glue wears over time and it can crumble. So
Yeah, but what about happy wife, happy life?
No, hell no. Because,
because she's never happy.
It's not working. It's never worked. Listen, this one, look at the divorce rate. The white men are even getting crushed, right? The white men are even getting crushed. The Asian men are getting crushed as well. So the happy wife, happy life thing is even worse because the moment you say that and do that, she's going to take full autonomy. And then once she does that, then you just pretty much out to play. So I would suggest that you keep your manhood, keep your respect, demand that respect. You gotta, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to be, so much captain, but you need to demand your respect, and you need to keep close eye and prepare for the worst, and not get delusionalized thinking that she's not capable.
Then why get married if I'm preparing for
divorce? It's better not to get married. I did that caveat. It's better not to get married. But once again, you got a lot of men who are delusional right here, right? Especially the white men. They're very delusional, and they think marriage is the best way and the only way to raise a family, which is becoming less. The results are saying that the divorce rates are so high, and even when they're together, they don't even get along. So it's total failure what's happening.
Yeah, they said that's like 75% of women. With women is 75% of them get married, or they get divorced. Okay, so if I break it off, they said like for heterosexual relationships is 50-50 or 60-40 for that gets divorced. For men on men is 25%.
Yeah, I think it was like 50. It was close to like half and half.
Yes. And then for men on men, it's only 25% of them get divorced. But then when there's women on women, it's 75% that gets divorced.
God damn. Yeah, them second. I know Ruthless or somebody was talking about it earlier. Man, the second divorce rates was like 75%.
Yeah,
third is like 85. So yeah, that shit is.
He was talking about it.
Yeah, I think the only time, man, if you meet somebody young, y'all build it. That would be the only way. But if I was rich,
you got to cut out that sisterhood, though.
Yeah. You got to move away from that. You got to keep all negative people out your circle, man. And if I was rich, man, I'd do some Michael Jackson. If I wanted kids, I'd be like, I would hire somebody to have the kid for me, like Michael Jackson did, and I'd be like, "Look, give me ownership and all that." Yeah, I would. Yeah, I couldn't do it.
There's a service for that, and the country that provide that service is India. You can look it up, which a lot of men are going to India, and this also include black men as well. They're going to India to get their family started, minus, having the mother, because like. This is your child. It's biologically your child, and you pay for the service, and you get a kid.
Yeah, if I was rich, man, that would be the route I'll go, dog. Straight up.
And you don't need to be rich, and that's the crazy part.
But yeah, money, and I think that's the great mistake that a lot of men make. They thought money would make life better with their woman and their spouses.
Yeah,
but money actually makes things more complicated.
Yeah, the advice that men are getting now, and for a single man, is like, go. Even my birth father and my stepfather are like, yo, just go to another country and get a family. Don't bring her here. Like Eddie Murphy said, like, Eddie, I want half. Like, don't bring her to America because she's gonna be poisoned. And I was like, wow. And when you meet other men from other countries, when they meet you, right, they're like, oh, you're a nice guy. Like, yeah, go to another country and start a family. And I'm like, wow, like nobody's telling. The whole thing of getting married now for men now is like, go to another country. Don't bring your wife here.
Yeah, because America's the correction is
Oh, so again, Ruthless, I didn't hear you. He was going in and out.
Yeah, your mic's breaking out a little bit.
Can y'all hear me?
No, it's going out again.
Is it going out again?
Yeah. But M3, let's play that last video before we close out.
Definitely. All right, I got it up in queue already, so
cool.
Fair use. Oh, look, we have a comment by Stan too. Reality TV with question mark.
I'll blow that up. What's Stan say?
Let me see. Rusty says, "Y'all can't leave me out of the wedding festivities. Thank you very much. Hashtag, all these other stupid hashtags." Stan says,
Look at
"Reality
Stan
TV?"
showing up for the brotherhood.
Right. Okay, Stan.
Stan was like, "Oh hell, nah."
No, 'cause
What
she's
did that
asking,
comment
where this
mean,
come
Stan?
from.
Reality TV? What is that? What was you
But she-
referring to?
Because she asked, like, where is this bachelor trips phase is coming from? And I put question mark reality TV.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And she ain't reply back to you. She was like, "Fuck off, Stan."
No, she's married. Listen to the thing.
Oh,
You'll
okay. My bad. I thought the
All right,
sisterhood was gonna snap back at you. Oh,
Oops.
you got it.
How did we get from bachelorette nights to bachelorette trips? So back in the day, if you had to fly in town, whoever was in town the night before the wedding, which generally everybody was, you took the bride to be out, paid for her to get in the club, paid for her to eat, paid for her drinks. Y'all went on back to the hotel room. And that was it. How did we get to flying just out? Because they get married. And so my thing is, like, when I'm only going by social media because I don't partake in these types of things. I don't request these types of things of my friends if I had any. And I'm not doing it for you either. So I don't do the wedding festivities. I don't believe in none of that. Anyway, are y'all like flying out there ahead of her and decorating the room with cupcakes and stuff all in the room, balloons and all that? Are you paying for her flight? Are you paying for her drinks on the flight? Are you paying for her drinks in the airport, in the lounge? Are you getting her in your lounge at the airport? Of course, I imagine you're paying for her stay at the hotel or the Airbnb, her portion of that. Do you pay for every single thing the entire time y'all, out of town? I don't understand. And it's one reason why I don't have no friends. I ain't doing that for y'all. The last wedding I was in was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And I said, oh, this is it. Because this is taking on a life of its own that I am not interested in partaking in. Tell me, y'all, how did we get from bachelorette nights to bachelorette trips? I'm very interested. Thank you.
Damn, they doing trips now.
Mm-hmm.
And it used to be like a dinner or a luncheon or some shit. Now they doing a whole trip.
They want a destination trip, and the trip is like, it could be for the weekend or up to 4 days or a week.
So where's these? Do they got like the top destination spots for these trips, these excursions? That's what we're gonna call them. What's up, Bolo?
I'm gonna say some of them says Miami.
Hello, Bolo.
I know Bolo's about to come in. Bolo's going.
Bolo, the 14th disciple, man. I ain't never got no smoke for Bolo. He's in line with God. Hey, me too. Bolo knows his stuff. God ain't about to hit me with no thunderbolt. Talking to semester Bolo, I shut the hell up when Bolo be talking.
hey, but guys, there's like a comment right from Monique Mack, 1981. I want to just read that real quick.
You see the entitlement in this quote.
Let's see. No, if the bride wants that for herself, then it happens.
Oh hell!
It's not the party. Sorry, it's not the party. It's paying for the bride. So the party's not paying for the bride. Okay, but they're getting flown out. But whatever. Now, if you want to partake in the bridal party, it's normally a travel agent involved. Like, for example, my friend 304 was getting married and she wanted a destination bridal party. It included the flight, Airbnb, and itinerary for the weekend celebration.
Hot dick and Cheetos.
As we continue, right? We paid for ourselves. The travel agent let us know how much everything will be all together and broke down the price per person. We made payments and everything was planned out perfectly. We had a great time. It was 8 of you guys. All right. Before I continue, I wonder if the 7 were like single or were they married themselves? Like it just brings the question.
They were single.
Oh, Okay.
Nah, there was a couple of like
A wife to go.
I guarantee there was like 2 married ones that's on the fence.
Probably so, right? And it says so. Okay, it was 8 of us, so we really didn't come out of our pocket. Wait, it didn't come out of your pockets anything.
Well, probably because they split the cost on the Airbnb, where it was so cheap at that point, but they had to get the airplane tickets. So they're always trying to justify like their bad spending habits.
Right. I'm for sure. Honestly, I'm for sure that they probably found a couple of cents to pay for their flight and all that stuff. So, yeah. Anyways, private chef. Oh yeah, now you're doing too much.
Yeah,
private chef for the Airbnb. So we didn't have to go out and eat. First of all, okay, ain't no way these hoes, right? Came out of their pockets collectively as a whole together to do all this stuff like for their fellow sister. They got the money from the Simps, man. I'm telling you. See, y'all, man.
That's pretty cheap in certain countries, though. So it's just like you go to the right place, you can get a chef, and if it's 8 people, it won't be too expensive. But they still spending some bread, though. But there is probably a Simp involved. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, there's probably a bunch of independent queens for great jobs, though. So I'm not gonna
look at the last sentence, which we know is a lie.
Ooh.
It was beautiful.
No, the next
husband did the same, huh?
That's a lie. The husband would not do no. Where he go? Brazil? Where he go?
They probably sent that cat to like Antarctica.
You know what I'm saying?
some place where it's like no people or something. Hey, but go back up to that one comment, M3.
Is it this one?
No, the first one that you was just looking at. Because there was a couple things in there, like when you was highlighting. You was good. Like right there, where they were talking about. See, that's the thing that's crazy with these like weekend trips, man. They were like, they put it on payments. So I was looking at something like people are putting trips on like payment plans, man. And they're charging interest on this stuff. So at the same time, when everybody's like complaining how much debt they have, man, they're putting these overcost weddings and stuff. So this is what I'm saying, man. When you like look at all this stuff, why people are getting caught up, and it's just so superficial now. Where it's just like, man, things should be simplistic. People are overspending on stuff. They're trying to stretch out like Stan said, a girl's trip now. They're putting on payment plans, racking up even more debt. So it's like, damn, by the time you get to the wedding reception and all that shit, you're probably like at $30,000 to $50,000 and stuff.
But this is the bachelorette.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're not even you ain't bought a cake yet for the wedding. You already rack it up like that.
My concern is this: that bachelorette trip better not outdo the honeymoon.
Honeymoon would be in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Honeymoon would be in.
Then she's gonna have something else to talk about. Like, damn, man, my girl's trip, man, was way better than this shit.
So Stan,
I walk on the beach.
I got a question for you. Since you're the resident travel guy. So say like, what are some places like if the females were coming, they were like, hey, we're doing this bachelorette trip and we're going to Jamaica. Is it a wrap?
It's first of all, bachelorette trip is not going to happen. You get a bachelorette night.
What's some like red flag areas? Like they go in there, you like, hey,
that's
shorty about to get.
So Puerto Rico, you trying to do Jamaica, Miami, Las Vegas. Why are we doing this? Like, you're not even taking care of the marriage. This makes no sense because the bachelorette trip is better than the honeymoon. That's a red flag. You already get bachelorette night. Like, yo, read the room. Like, look what's going on in the economy. And also, do we have a place to stay? Because a lot of y'all be getting married and y'all ain't got no place to stay afterwards.
Yeah, no couch, no blinds, house be bare.
Nothing. I don't understand this stuff. Just because you see something on the reality show, it looks nice. Maybe that's something you just need to see or hear about. Doesn't mean that you need to go do. Because everybody be doing something. You gotta wear stuff out and like, look, you got a man now. You gotta start your family. Have people donate the money because I don't understand all this stuff. Y'all doing all this stuff with your girl. Don't you have a man? Not me. I don't do the stuff with your man. My bad. You don't post it because you want these heifers to know that you got a good man. They're going to be in his inbox. Oh, I got you.
I'm gonna highlight a comment real quick.
Yeah. Pull the comments up. Them comments is
yeah.
Shout out to Stan, holding down manhood.
Okay, shout out to the simp, Dre September. Dre September, that's what I'm gonna call him. So the guy says, I think if a woman is getting married, I think if a woman's getting married for the y'all, okay, if she's getting married, then y'all should give your friend the experience of a lifetime.
Oh my God.
The experience of a lifetime is at the wedding, and if you are a bridesmaid, there might be a groomsman that is single. So you could go ahead and get your own husband while you're there and invest in somebody. That's the experience that only married people will give you. They owe you nothing. Now, what you owe them is some money, follow their stuff they put on the registry. But other than that,
Now then, Michelle replied. Now I don't know why she called him ma'am, but anyway, she says, "No, ma'am. That's what her husband is for." Okay, she probably replying to the person who uploaded the video, but she says that is what her husband is for, and the honeymoon.
Ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
Okay, this is proven that there's going to be some people that is going to have logical reason and common sense.
Oh, he replied back to her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's see what he said back.
Yeah.
He said,
she says, "You a problem, little lady." Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, Dre sound a little what they call him, flip wrist.
What's the other one? Need that? That was another one.
Yeah. What was that?
Go down. Let me see.
Oh, there it is.
Girl, let me tell you, it is the biggest scam. They do not and will not reciprocate. I'm sorry, reciprocate. Thank you.
You good. The letters are blurred.
Yeah. People who ask for that level of festivities don't have it in them to be there for others. I've seen it too many times, and it can't be convinced otherwise. Okay.
Yeah, because I gotta use my PTO. You know what I'm saying? To do what?
But that's a good point that they made, because this is like, somebody else is gonna. Typically, people get married in like groups and bunches and stuff. So it's like, man, you got to go do this for somebody else. So like you were saying earlier, Stan, it's like, why not spend that money maybe on your wedding, your honeymoon, instead of doing this additional step now, or save that money for your house, a down payment. Do you have all your stuff in order? So it's, this stuff is just getting excessive now. Shit, it's crazy.
I honestly, man, like so like, I understand if it was like stationed, you know what I mean? Whereas like, the bride have their time before, because you want to save your money for like your honeymoon, for the big travel. So if you're gonna go out big like that, you should be doing that with your husband, not like with your sisterhood. And I don't know, because it makes me think like, okay, like you have to go take it upon yourself to travel further out. Lord knows what they probably did behind closed doors, man. But I'm for sure they probably had a lot of candy to lick on. I would just say it like that.
Who are the guys that's allowing this shit to happen, though? That's the real. My girl be like, man, listen, we going on this bachelorette trip. We going over. I'm like, man, y'all better take your ass to Gary, Indiana. That's y'all destination. Y'all going to Gary, Indiana. We don't want to go there. Like, exactly.
No,
shut that shit down.
You don't want to go there and meet some blue collar strippers. So don't do that. Don't do that.
Man, just keep them in a fixed location, man. So that way you're like maybe like minutes away or something like.
We'll stay and say y'all better go to brunch and be happy. Shut it down after that.
Because like you need to like. What happened to like getting massages and all that other stuff and prepping for tomorrow? Because
get you a mud mask. Yeah, they trying to travel now, trying to squeeze out a trip out of this whole. I think my wedding, man, me and my wife's, man, ours probably came under $4,000 straight up. That was like everything. we was cheap as hell. We were like, look, we ain't about to spend all this money feeding everybody cake and shit.
You was investing in your marriage.
Yeah,
that's what I call it, investing in your marriage. Y'all
Yeah,
married.
he was like, we
Y'all
ain't about to be doing all this over the top stuff.
Oh, go ahead and read this one.
So Dorian Montana says, right, with the underscore. See, I mean, she has a point now. Definitely to each is their own, but she does have a point. Taking a trip like that is a little excessive. She's not saying she wouldn't travel. She's saying how did she get there where brides or grooms are taking trips for bachelor or bachelorette parties. I definitely did get her point though.
Yeah, that
I
makes
mean, I don't really see like a lot of. I mean, to be honest with you, let's not tie in with like the bachelors and the bachelorettes as if like men are doing the same thing.
We're not.
I'm saying it right now, bro. I'm not going to be spending a lot of money and a lot of days being around with other dudes, especially at a time like this. There's a time and a place to be around with homeboys, but we'll put it like this, man. Like I'm not like a bonding type of guy when it comes to other men. Like, look, we could have our day, our moment together where we're hanging out, but nigga, I ain't about to spend a week with you. Come on now, we'll be around some bitches at least. But
which we know
what their own.
Doing. And also, look, there's no guarantee when he comes back that you're gonna be his wife, ladies. He probably got married to Senorita Margarita.
Yeah,
he probably came back married, and here you are on your bachelorette trip.
You say he done moved on, huh?
Yeah, because he went over there, met a little Senorita, and like, okay, you know what? It's you I should marry.
Oh damn, okay. Artful Freddy 7.
Artful turned up. Shout out Artful. Artful Freddy is like, look, I'm giving all y'all this work.
Hey, this dude, he says it's all three.
He said 403. He was like, y'all, behavior.
Yeah, I know what he probably can't say the numbers like that anymore. But
yeah, he probably flipped it around. He was like, let me flip it around, make it a little classy, but they know what I'm getting at.
Right. So of course it will be intensified. The trips are nothing compared to what's getting ready to happen. Oh shit.
Oh, he's foreshadowing. He a lot of people are agreeing though. I thought I would be shocked. I thought it would be a bunch of people like supporting that. But it seems a lot of people are giving.
Go on TikTok and even on Instagram when you type in bachelorette, I forget what it's called, bachelorette trips.
Mm-hmm.
You see like people actually doing these trips, and they're going out Miami, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Jamaica. It's
so all the hot spots, pretty much.
And I'm looking at this, I'm like, then why get married?
Yeah. If you're doing all that, man, you in it for the like. I think people turn weddings into like the new social media like picture thing, post or the entertainment thing and stuff. So yeah, if you got to do all that type of stuff, like I said, they racking up like that one comment you was reading M3 payments. You're doing all this stuff and you ain't even got like curtains in your house and shit.
Oh, you know what I was thinking too? Because they made like those because they're currently now like in a payment plan, that means now you putting your husband in debt. Think about that. Now I don't know. I want to say the trip probably was that expensive, but it was enough for you to be put on a payment. To use a payment plan. So my thing is that why put yourself and your spouse to be in that type of situation? Now he got to help pay for that debt that you put yourself into just for that one night.
And they did the same thing. What was his bachelorette trip? Fishing, camping?
Sorry again?
Yeah, he probably.
What was his bachelorette trip? Was it just camping, going fishing?
Something simple.
You know what I'm saying?
I bet it didn't like involve like traveling on the airplane.
No, it probably wasn't, because if you're paying for it, because you still also got to pay for the bachelorette night, because you took this trip, you still gonna have the bachelorette night.
Yeah, because I mean, just a regular wedding, all that. Then shoot, now you're adding in like 2 extra steps: the bachelor party, the bachelorette stuff, like you said, Stan. Trips now.
Folks like
then these cats probably got student loans and shit. So that's what I'm saying. This is like dead on top of that. They just stacking it on early.
So look, I got a story, right? So I know a person. There was a couple who paid like over 10 grand, and they put themselves in debt. They literally use a credit card for their wedding. I'm like, was it really that necessary? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. The wedding was good. The cake was nice, right? But at the same time, it's like you're going all the way out your way. You're spending so much, right, for a wedding. And whose plan is it? Is it the man? Because I'm gonna put it like this, right? If it was the man's decision, they probably do a courthouse wedding, invite like their close friends and family, $700. That's it. You know what I mean?
Nah, facts.
I do.
Yeah.
Move on, right?
But be out there eating cupcakes and shit.
But these
and ring dings.
You want to bring all this, and I just remember, man. I was like, because I'm trying to think, even my own wedding. Shit, I feel like I ain't gonna lie. I feel like I had to pay for that shit, right? So I remember I had to pay for that shit, and I was like, okay, it wasn't no 10 grand, definitely for sure. I was like, look, because we had in that rinky-dink ass church, right? Excuse me.
They love weddings.
But they love weddings. Coming, right?
You have to get to when it comes to weddings. They really good at that part.
Yeah. So
for real, they turned up stand.
Oh, they turned up for the wedding.
They had the decor and all that. They pretty
everything
good.
is in house. Everything is in house. So they're ready for you. But you got to pay though. You still got to pay.
Yeah, you still got to pay.
What they say, the revolution must be marketed.
Yeah. And you got to pay for it in cash, no checks.
Yeah. So shout outs to the members of.
So
shout outs to the members of Bitch Ass Christian Church, right? Anyways, so
3.
So I remember, right, that at a time like we had to go over there, right, and I remember a person was like, "Well, you want your wedding to be something that you can remember by, like, ain't giving all this list like that'll cost like 10,000, X amount of thousand." I was like, "Bro, I have a budget. The budget's gonna be like 2,500 and nothing more than that. All right, maybe I might stretch it out to like 3,000 for other occasions." But that's about it. I'm not doing nothing else, right? And of course, like, they'll try to, make you feel bad and call you a cheapskate. I'm like, hey man, it's my money, it's my choice. And this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna save up on this. Because they find venues that's like beyond like the price. Like one venue was like, and I remember there was like another couple that spent, because they renewed their vows. They spent $10,000, right? For the venue, just for the food and all that. And I'm like, dude, it's not even that serious. You're gonna go home, right? And then you're gonna still argue with your wife and all this other stuff. Like nothing changes from that.
Man, it's funny. I was reading an article and they was like pretty much saying like the people that spend excessively on weddings end up divorced faster. And it kind of makes sense because it's like, man, if your mind is like focused on like I said, that appearance, the entertainment portion of the wedding versus like you said, that like people coming together being logical, like, man, we're not about to spend all that money on that. We could go put that money towards a car, pay that down quicker, pay something else off, or get a furniture set, something.
Because it's her day, and what you're doing is financial.
That's what I'm saying, though, man. This is where in the front, man. This is where you see who you with. Now I get you, but this is where you see, because my wife was like, man, we ain't about to spend all that bread. I was like, see, I got me a winner, man. She was like, she was the main one saving the money. My wife got married in Atlantic City. We was like, we ain't even want to go to Vegas. That's how cheap we were. We like, look, we going over here.
That's better than Vegas. You guys got that beachfront, got that, that pier.
Oh, that shit was terrible.
Oh no, it wasn't.
But it was all right. It worked for us, man. Yeah. That's all we need.
And did you honeymoon at the whatchamacallit? At the Hamptons?
Nah, we stayed our ass right in that hotel up there.
Okay.
we honeymooned at what are those places? I can't remember which one we stayed at. It was Bagada maybe, but I can't even remember.
You guys kept it on the East Coast. It's still...
Yeah. We said we
we
going right up the road.
But I'm gonna say, like, they're gonna tell you, like, I always dream about getting this Vera Wang dress, and since I was a little girl, here's my collages, and it's not fair. This is my day, and you need to follow this, and and I always wanted to do this, and you say no, she gonna remember that, and you gonna pay for it.
No, I agree with you. I heard a lot of people say that, man, but yeah, that's where you kind of realize you with the wrong person, man. If all that symbolism is way more important, it's like, man, it don't even matter. After that day, is like you said, man, it's meaningless once you start thinking about it. After that day, all you got some pictures in there, and you're just like, shit. You looking at them bills, you're like, damn, we should have done that. No, because one of the people at my job, man, they just their kid was having a wedding, so I think they gave their kid like an option. They're like, look, we'll give you $30,000 for your wedding. If you just want to put the money towards something else, or we'll pay for it. Pretty much, they were like, "Nah, we want you to pay for the wedding." Damn, to like $30,000. So that's what I'm saying, man. This is people's mentality. I was like, "What?" I was like, "I wish somebody would have came to me like that." I would be like, "Look, man, I don't need nobody there. We good." Like, at a young age and stuff.
What did Watch just put out? I just saw a sandwich.
He says, better make a sandwich. I'll get you that damn dress.
Shout out to Watts. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I were to get married, and that's a big if, and I know that she must be some kind of priestess or some witch to get me to do that stuff, I do have to say I needed to be at the courthouse. I don't want nothing to do with a church. I want no deities. I don't want no minister over me. I don't want none of that. Just put it in court, get these documents done, do the prenup, everything else. I just want to be just as legal and just knock it out. I want no ceremonies.
Okay, I get you. Yeah,
I don't want no deities, none. I don't want them. I'm sorry, God. You're part of the courthouse too, God. But like, look, I just cannot handle. I don't want to jump over no damn broom. I don't want none of that.
Yeah, you just like, look, man. Let's go in here, do what we need to do, and move on.
And I'll see y'all Saturday.
Kind of me and my wife was. We was just like, look, let's wrap this shit up so we could.
And I'll see you Saturday at the restaurant at the reception. Like, I don't want. Don't throw no rice at me. I don't want none of that stuff.
Yeah, Stan, damn, you going a little overboard, Stan. Stan's like, who's gonna sweep this shit up? It's like, I ain't trying to have no chores and stuff. Like, who's gonna clean this up?
Yeah, I don't want no witchcraft or nothing. I already married one, so that's the only witchcraft I'm going to get, the wife. So,
100 said he'd rather jump the broom than sign that license.
Yeah, because I'm just go to the courthouse, give whatever Caesar's to Caesar, and be done. And then prenups, lawyers, we're finished. We didn't get married lawyers. I don't know if we can do that. But that's the way to sign this contract. We're married. We're done. I don't want none of that stuff. I don't want no destination wedding. Save that for the honeymoon. To me, all this stuff. I don't know how realistic is it when like David Bridal is out of business.
Damn, it is.
Yeah. Check it out real quick.
Yeah,
they're going out of business. They I think it's called Chapter 13, Chapter 11.
Yeah, chapter shit. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, I don't think people are getting married nowadays. Not like that.
Yeah, I know the numbers is down. So people are definitely like, getting married later and the numbers is dwindling. Yeah, they're going out of business. Shit. Yeah, Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
And Weight Watchers is going out of business. They have gone out of business.
You said Weight Watchers?
Yeah. Check that out.
Okay.
Business.
Damn. But all right, y'all. What's y'all take the close before we close out? What's your closing parting words?
I'm about to binge watch Hallmark after this again.
All right, Stan, you gonna mess around, get married and shit, watching all these Hallmark movies.
I got Believe in Love. Y'all killing me.
I believe in that. I think, man, you have to vet that person out, man. You got to stop pedestalizing beauty. I get it, man. Attraction is important, but it's just like, man, you can't put it at the forefront where you like overlook shit.
Man, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys, man. I mean, look, you can do the best you can to like vet the person, but you'll never predict like how this person's gonna end up years from back.
No, I agree with you. I do.
So, I mean, yeah, of course, at the moment, like, look, I'm gonna put it like this, man. Okay, life was really designed, right? I mean, as a man of success, right? Life was really more designed for you not to really be in a fully committed relationship with somebody, because I know by nature we want like the baddest type of chick, right? And I know that the chances of getting with a baddie versus someone who is like average at best, maybe we think the faithfulness will probably raise up a little bit higher by the uglier like the women that we choose. But that's not really the case, because now these days, these women that's like below average think that they're up there competing with the 10s and the 9s. The delusion is definitely awful at this point. I think, man, life is just designed, man, just to like fuck them momentarily, get your little rotation going on, and when they misbehave, then it's like, okay, like inch by inch, right? Don't go by yards, but just take a little bit at a time. You know, have like, you know, your average at best woman, right? Because those are ones that's gonna compete harder and that's gonna cook, even though they have their egos. Then you have the baddies that you could just kind of mess around, sleep with. If you get married to them,
you said keep a roster. That's what you're saying.
I'm like, look, keep it player, G. That's it.
Okay, if there's a possibility, right? Do you think the route we going? Oh, I did post that. Like, do you think like just like driver licenses, that marriage licenses need a review every year to see if you want to renew it or not?
I heard somebody saying that.
Like, you think it should be?
I think Fatty was talking about it. He was like, treat marriage like a basketball contract, where like either a year or, you know, every 3 years you got to kind of like you could opt out or you could resign. So yeah. Man, I honestly I don't think it's a bad thing, man, where you could like get off clean slate. And the way shit's going, man, you can't ignore the numbers, you know. Because like I said, even with me, I'm married and stuff, but I can't be ignorant to like what's going on with everybody else and stuff. And like M3 said, it's just like, man, you never know. People just might grow apart, man. So it's just like, that's the reality too. But it's just, yeah, man, I got no good answers. I think nowadays,
Hallmark,
man,
help us. Hallmark, Hallmark, help us.
No, it's just, man, everybody got a little bit of self-centeredness in them, and but I do think a lot of people don't. When I say vetting, man, for example, me and my wife didn't get married for like 5 years, you know, and I'm looking at everything. So that's why I say, like, I'd be looking at people that be jumping into marriage at like 6 months. I'm like, hell no. Like, you don't know that person yet. So, man, you got to give yourself every opportunity to like know that person, to check everything out.
Why the 5 years? Because people probably like, that's too long. But why the 5 years?
Man, because honestly, I saw myself as a valuable person, and I'm like, man, anybody that I'm pulling into my life, I'm gonna know you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not on anybody else's timeline. And I think she felt the same way. Like, man, it ain't no rush. Let's actually get to know each other. Like, she was going to school at that time, so I was like, hey, man, you want to go to school to be a nurse? Let's knock out these objectives first, and let's, you know, take care of some things, and then we'll move forward at that. So once I saw like she was committed to doing stuff, she was getting like straight A's, committed to that process, then I was like, okay, man, she's moved, she knows how to maneuver, you know, and get things done and stuff, and lock in and focus in. So yeah, I was like observing all that stuff. So I just, like I said, we both was like looking at each other, kind of moving up, building with each other, but taking those like, you know, steps and not feeling like we had to rush the whole situation. I think that's what it is with everybody. They're like, you know, I'm just jumping in, you know, like I said, Tyrese, it's just like, I was looking at the pictures of Samantha Lee, pretty girl, man, but that's a lot of times that's what it is, infatuation, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
oh, we got the single one up in here. What up, sister? I am.
oh, she got the pill up there. She said we sounded real pillish up here.
Yeah.
I don't know because like now I like the fire because like people could lie to you for a year, but they can't lie about themselves after 2 or 3 years. Like people will have to drop the facade, and then
you can't hold a lie that long, man. You can't, and especially like if you got yourself together, because like I've always been kind of disciplined and stuff like that. So it's just like, man, it's just gonna weed out so many people. And like we were talking about it a few months ago, I forgot what live we was talking about. You know me, I'm a 50-50 dude. I'm like, hey man, if you messing with me, we gonna both contribute to the house and build this thing together. Man, them chicks that just wanted money, they were running. They were like, fuck that. They were like, I'm looking for a provider, dude. I was like, hey man, if you ain't working with me, you might as well hit that exit. I ain't no trick. So I mean, I stuck to them guns. Like I said, I never would, move those boundaries. And I'm like, nah, we gonna build together. So my wife, like, she said one statement, man, and that's where somebody was asking me the other day when I typically would ask people like, hey, how do you feel about like, paying bills in a relationship when I was, dating and stuff like that. Most people, a lot of females was like, oh, hell no. I feel like I shouldn't be doing shit pretty much. And I was like, you might as well get these dinner rolls and bounce because we ain't compatible. You know what I'm saying? But like I asked my wife that question and she was just, her answer was, I'm willing to do whatever it takes for the relationship. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I was like, okay, she's the one because everybody else is they're giving you their preferences, what they want versus like I said, what's needed for the relationship. So I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Like even Bolo said it last.
Cut out at a good part. Oh, there he is. He back.
Yeah. I saw I got like an incoming call.
What was you saying about Bolo?
Remember Bolo said last week, like, yo, even in the Bible, like Proverbs 31, like the wife gets up before the household and go to work. Like it's biblical that women work. And even if you're Black or Latin, like the women always work. So I'm just gonna be staying at home. It's like, okay, I'm not okay with it because if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, there was this push about like, I need to be more than just a mother and a wife. And when you look at the movie Mrs. Doubtfire, that was it. That was like, the husband wasn't good enough. She replaced him with a high power man or high value man. Regardless, the husband was a stay-at-home husband. Also, he worked. He was an entrepreneur. But that wasn't good enough, right? And you look at that, and I'm like, yo, you got to work because what you're not going to do is blame me and these kids as though we were like a bad investment for you and think that, we ruined your life. You got to work because that's the era I grew up in. Women wanted more to life than just being a mother and a wife because those things had no value to them.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Yeah, because I like what Bolo brought that up. Because it's like in Proverbs, and it's even like when people be like, "Well, you look at the past, people didn't work." I'm like, man, you think men was like in medieval times was sewing garments and shit? The females was doing that stuff, but they would take it to the market and the men would sell them. But yeah, dudes wasn't sitting around knitting blankets back then and shit. so it's like, man, people always work together. So yeah, I don't know why people did that. They try to like twist history, man, to make it where like I should just be chilling at the house. Damn that.
I'm gonna say this: the sisterhood keeping people single.
Yep.
Diminishing
single,
men,
bitter,
right?
and mad.
And we're looking at what's going on today, where 10 million people last month or this month did not pay their mortgage and their rent. Bolo, what's up? If we go, I don't know if you could look it up real quick, SJ. Isaiah 4:1.
You have to open up the Bible still?
Isaiah 4:1. Bolo's in the house.
So what's Isaiah 4:1 up?
Let's go ahead and pull it up. Isaiah 4:1.
Let me see what we're looking at.
Well, all right. In the meantime, so sister, I am calling me M2.0 or M3 2.0. You might as well call me M3 2.0. But
what was it again, Stan? Isaiah
4:1, chapter 4,
4:1.
verse 1.
Mhm. And I do have a question too. After when,
go
you
ahead,
know,
man. I can do.
Oh, okay. I can start off real quick. So look, sister, I am since like right now you're the only woman here, right? I gotta ask you for your thoughts about the sisterhood, and this question is gonna be like a pop quiz for you because I want to know if you're gonna be honest or you're gonna just lie to us, about it. But go ahead, Sophisticated, if you're ready.
All right, let me. Sometimes they be giving you too many verses when you be looking at stuff. I'm trying to find the right one. All right, here it is. So Isaiah 4:1, and in that day 7, women shall take hold of one man, saying, "We will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach." So what's the breakdown on that, Stanley?
Isn't that Atlanta?
You said that's Atlanta?
Right? Yeah, you married, but like I still need a man. Isn't that where we at right now in the world? Like I want a man now. I'm willing to go 50-50. I'm willing to go ahead and be in a polygamous relationship.
I don't know about the polygamous stuff. But
if you look on Instagram, it is growing. And if you look at Cam and Nick Cannon, I swear to God, like the thing I got from both of those guys was actually polygamy. It was this push. It was this push for it where, yeah, we could say it's messed up, but like, why would women subject themselves knowing the information and continue to do so?
Oh, because those are broken women. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Isaiah
no, they are. Because anybody that would subject themselves to that, they just want to cash out, and that's the issue with a lot of those guys, and that's why Cam and I have a lot of smoke for them because I'm like, it looks cute, and everybody's like, well, they got the money to facilitate this stuff, but what guys don't understand is just like, man, you have that woman now, kind of over your kids. So you have this broken individual that would do anything for money that's resentful because of you. So it's like, you think these women are staying loyal to Cam and Nick Cannon while they're gone and doing all their things and stuff. So now they're bringing other guys into your household. So that's what I'm saying. That's why shit's so out of
get married. But that's the thing, right?
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying. It's so out of order now, and that's why like kids be sometimes getting touched by all the things happen like that. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, man, you're creating chaos, man. And yeah, because even with Cam, when we was like doing that breakdown on him, his baby mom with the 4 or 5 kids was like taking him to court because kind of kidnapped took his Bentley and stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. When somebody's resentful, man, they're gonna kind of embed that resentfulness onto your kids. So that's what I'm saying. So now you're gonna have even though you're sending them money, you're gonna have like a kind of a different relationship with those kids. So yeah, it's like, man, if you ain't gonna have them in the right manner, don't even play around with it. Just don't have them. Yeah.
But look, we got a society though. Like, women are still being brought up with, hey, he got 35 children. Mine will be number 36. But at least I'm part of this collective. Because I still remember there's a rapper, Young NBA, 13 big mamas and all these children, right? And again, like when I saw this, I'm like, yo, there is this push. It's a real push. Like, polygamy is not legal, but this type of stuff is workable because,
I just don't think so, Stan. I think we see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we always see these guys like a few years later, like, hey, he's damn near broke. He's got multiple court cases, and once they go through it, because some women just want the money, man. That's the reality. They'll use the kid to get like a direct access to the money, so they don't even care about that. That's what I'm saying. It might look like polygamy, but man, all it is a cash out for these females.
Right. That's what I
gotta give it like 5 years and watch. You're gonna see that dude with a tin cup, like, hey, please help. I need a fundraiser. My album's dropping next week, man. That's what I'm saying. This ain't cute, man. It all is the same, man. Everyone, like Anton Walker, man, like they get these people.
No, because these men still get Bobby Brown. How many kids this man have and still have and they're all named after him with the less of the middle names is named something else. But like when you look at that, right? I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the younger generation. It's still like this push for it. Like it's becoming normalized. Like women or men saying like it's okay to have herpes and herpes is part of relationships. And I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, no, people willing to touch that third rail now, man. It used to be like we just knew it was like, man. Like I understand the consequences, the repercussions, all this stuff, but they're willing to mess around with it. So it's like, hey, do what y'all need to do, but once that shit blow up, man, you got to deal with it. And look at Tyrese, man. He crying everywhere I see him. Like,
but he's gonna make more kids though.
And he's gonna keep getting cleaned out, crying everywhere, holding marches to the courthouse.
I mean, at this point, man, I have no remorse, man. If you want to keep
that's
popping
what I'm saying.
keep getting married, but I gotta get to
the brotherhood.
I gotta get to Sister I Am, right? Because we got like the first like.
What's up, I Am?
What's up, I Am?
How you doing?
Hey guys.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm
So
great.
who you got smoke for? You got smoke for Stan?
I'm ready to go.
Oh, you ready to like get some proof and clippers?
Right.
I'm picking M3. I am so fascinated by married red pillars. It's so crazy. It's like the craziest thing. But what was the question? Was there a question? Can I represent the ladies tonight? Is there something I can answer for you?
Yeah. It's about the last one.
All right, I Am. Here's the question. Is the Sisterhood keeping a female single?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Can you break it down why you think it's not keeping them single?
Women are valued based on partnership, right? Based on having a man, keeping a man, etc. And other women, both men and women actually, continue to contribute to that. And so that would include women. Women, they work to kind of enforce that as an idea. So no, women aren't keeping women single. Women still value themselves and one another based on partnership. So that's why it's not keeping them single.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that word partnership. Why not say husband?
I can say husband. We can use husband. That's no problem.
Okay, thank you. Because when you say partnership, to me is like, oh yeah, I just have a donkey here and I'm going to put him to work.
Not a donkey.
No. Come on here, partnership. It's like, when you go to a job, they say, oh, we're all family.
Well, to be fair, Stan, I mean, marriage is like a business anyway. You know what I mean?
It is.
Especially
partnership ain't as bad as everybody making it. I don't see why.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, I Am.
No, partnership, the man paying for everything, there ain't no partnership.
I think
and he still got to do stuff for himself, there ain't no partnership. And then after that, you put him to work, there ain't no partnership. And if he talks back to you and puts you to work, there ain't no partnership. I'm sorry.
He said there's too much of an imbalance for a partnership.
Yeah, he's just nothing but an ox. You got to put him to work.
Oh, shit.
That's why I said just say husband, because at least we know what his role is. He's the provider, protector.
Basically, we get it. He's a slave. That's all.
Yeah.
But I Am
he's no stream of income.
Because I Am. I think you gave a good, I'll say response. But
thank you.
Just to play devil's advocate.
Okay.
What would you say if somebody was like, okay, so you're saying the Sisterhood doesn't keep other women single, but why are the single rates so high?
The single rates are high for a number of reasons. The first reason is people are comparing it to the past, where relationship had a different utility for women, especially because women didn't have the rights that they have today to own property, work certain jobs, etc., even have a bank account. That provided additional necessity for them to have a husband, my Stanley. And so now it's kind of more optional. It's not a matter of necessity. So what's happening now is women are only choosing or picking husbands that they like. And there are things that men haven't worked out yet that women like and that women want. And so they'd rather, for some of them, be single for a time, not forever like me, but be single for a time or for longer until they find a man that they actually like or that meets their requirements otherwise.
But most of them, most of them, like, they find their husbands, they put a lot of pressure, like, hey, you have to be married to me, you got to have kids by me, you can't have no other woman but me. And then once they're not satisfied anymore, then they're the ones who are consistently initiating the divorce.
Yes, exactly. They initiate the divorces because they now have expectation, and they're allowed to have expectation, and they're allowed to move on and pursue another option, right? So it's less difficult to do that now. And so that's what they do.
So basically, you're saying that it's okay for them to pretty much, I mean, in an indirect way, ruin the man's life, break his heart, have him go through, like Tyrese, like the child support, because it's coming. Have him go through the child support, because now, like, after the marriage part and having kids, now all of a sudden you want to have more higher expectations for that man. And if he's not meeting those criterias, then he's out. Kind of like the Bachelor series. Like, if he's not, like, you know, the one, then he's just in the elimination round.
Okay, you piled a lot on there. Let's break it down. You're like, yeah, and Tyrese and child support and The Bachelor. And I'm like, wow, okay.
But you get what I mean, though. I mean, it is a power, but that's what happens.
I do get what you mean. Here are a couple things that men miss. The first thing is when it comes to women initiating divorce, they don't wake up and initiate divorce. It's usually a span of time. She has requests and asks, and it doesn't get better, and that's why she initiates divorce. As far as paying child support, real fathers want to support their children. In Tyrese's case, the man makes $275,000 a month. The beautiful woman, which Sophisticated Jerk referenced, was requesting $10,000 per month for their child. That is not exceptional. That's less than, I want to say, I'll do the math, but it's not a crazy.
120,000, something like that.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I love it. Oh, so intelligent.
That kid's a high value man just based off of that child support already.
Exactly, a high value child. So that is Tyrese's situation. So does he need our empathy over here? And what, like Tyrese, you know, just by him saying child support, it's appealing to men who are struggling financially and they're so upset. But he's basically a bitter baby daddy because he can easily pay $10,000 a month, making $275,000 a month. I don't watch The Bachelor, so that's all I got.
Okay, do we know? But
let me get a quick question in.
Okay.
Good responses, because I kind of agree with you on some of this stuff. But
thank you.
When you mentioned, like, women now have the capability, they go after guys that they like. Do you think sometimes, like, the like is what gets women in trouble? Because that could be very subjective, and it could be a long checklist of stuff that doesn't tie into character and anything like that. So do you think there could be an issue with the likability, though?
Yes. Before I address that, $10,000 of $275,000. I have to say this because I have a finance degree. Okay, it's 3.6%.
Don't be stunting on us. I got a GED from prison.
It's 3.6% of his monthly income. So he'll be fine financially if he were to make the child support that she requested, which again is lower than what she could have asked for. Now, as far as women and their lists, women, like men, evolve and grow over time. And I think women's lists sometimes are ridiculous. I've gone over my list, which was over 100 items, Sophisticated Jerk.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Sorry
so
about that.
I realized, and so I don't think it's what's on the, I think I encourage women to examine their lists and say, how much of this is superficial? How much of this is rooted in fear? How much of this is rooted in my past negative experiences? And how much of this is something that I just really want from a person? So I encourage women to examine their list. The other thing I would say is that we change. We change. And I, from my observation, we change more often and at a faster rate than men change. So what a woman wants today is different than what she wanted 5 years ago. So she could have married, Stanley 5 years ago, and he's fantastic, but what she wants has changed. So that's my answer.
And what Stanley had to do, Stanley had to get side women to help him with the change.
Shout out to the side women.
But so I am, based on what you said with women changing like that, and that's understandable. People do change.
Yes.
Don't you kind of see the difficulty for men sometimes if they have to figure out those changes?
Yes, because I don't think men understand women at all. And I think they don't understand their women. Like a man can be married to a woman for 10 years and not like grasp all that she is. So yes, I do think that's difficult for men. And I think, I actually think men should embrace counseling more, because what it allows to happen. Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
What did you say, Smart Alex?
I say you lost me with the counseling part. But
No, I think more men would love counseling if they realized they would get more justice in counseling. I think men think counseling is going to be like beating up on the guy, taking the woman's side, but I think it'll help kind of even out the playing field for men to be heard, honestly. Hi, Bolo.
What's going on, Bolo?
Hello, Bolo.
Hey, sis.
So I am one last question. So during that changes, because guys probably don't understand the changes.
Yes.
Do you think a lot of women understand the changes themselves when they're going through that?
Sometimes they do. Sometimes it's hard for them. Sometimes they're learning it. Sometimes they struggle with it. Like, I'm becoming this person, or I'm interested in this now. How do I navigate that? Because I've agreed to this kind of life with my husband. So yeah, sometimes it's hard for them to understand and to navigate themselves.
Thank you for saying husband.
Yes, you're welcome, Stanley. I love you, Stanley.
I got one more question for you.
Yes, sir.
What happened to communication? And also, since women are masters of emotional intelligence, why not convey this to the husband?
I think it could be difficult for them. Again, women also have a pressure to keep the relationship together, so they battle with that. But let me say this too, and I hope this is helpful for you guys. The number one thing that will change a woman, completely transform her into someone else, is having a child. And I think that's where a lot of couples struggle, is when a new child is birthed into the equation, she changes in so many ways. She, for a lot of men, will become unrecognizable. And so guys should know that, and they should receive support in how to navigate that.
Yeah, she becomes a mama bear.
Yes.
Don't eat them
And
fruit
for men
snacks.
too. And for men too. Like for both people, there's this new person in their world that they love more than they could ever love each other, because it's their actual blood. Think about that. This new person is introduced who is more important because they're vulnerable. They need you for everything. So that changes the dynamic of every relationship.
So you're saying we should never have kids?
Okay,
You should have
No, I'm joking. I'm just don't answer that. That's
but I think also, to be fair, we have to add in also adoptive parents. The same thing happens to them as well.
Yes.
Because once you become a mother, it's
exactly.
Because she's protective. This is her baby now.
Yeah, and maybe even more so.
I'll say it again.
No, I still say but it's slightly different because it's not like your own. But I get it.
That child could be taken away from you. There is,
yes,
and also the people are looking at you.
I get it. I know there's also the emotional attachment to it.
But I think more so, like I am kind of speaking to the responsibilities and all the
the dutiful.
You got to get up with the sick child and all that stuff that people just don't understand until you have it. You're like, whoa,
Yeah, all the
I
stuff that
barely
I
got
just don't
time
have
for myself.
patience
So
for.
yeah, no, I get that. That's a good point. But y'all want to get Bolo in here? How you doing, Bolo?
Lola.
I'm good, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Good.
Thanks for asking.
I was waiting
So
for
Bolo.
something.
Oh, you waiting for a question?
Hey, can we play that last thing for Bolo, the bachelorette trips?
Oh, yeah.
boy.
We could do that.
You
I
trying to
want to
start?
see a bachelorette trip.
This is the perfect one.
Uh-oh.
Trying to start trouble.
All right. Fair use again. It's more funny when you watch, like, read the comments, but hold on.
But until you pull up that video, Bolo, Isaiah, what was it, 4:1?
Yep, 4:1.
What's the, I'll say, meaning behind that verse?
Isaiah 4:1.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bolo, the
I
runaway
don't know
prophet.
why Stanley pulled that up.
Yeah, Stanley was trying to say it has some reference to like Atlanta or something, but I feel that was kind of wrong.
I'll give you the answer to that backstage.
All right.
What's that, Bolo?
No. I was talking to Sophisticated Jerk.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you can play the video.
Oh, okay. I thought you was gonna give the answer right now, but I got you though. All right, cool. All right, so fair use.
Easy question. How did we get here? How did we get from bachelorette nights to bachelorette trips? So back in the day, if you had to fly in town, or whoever was in town the night before the wedding, which generally everybody was, you took the bride to be out, paid for her to get in the club, paid for her to eat, paid for her drinks. Y'all went on back to the hotel room. And that was it. How did we get to flying just out? Because they get married. And so my thing is, like, when I'm only going by social media because I don't partake in these types of things. I don't request these types of things of my friends if I had any. And I'm not doing it for you either. So I don't do the wedding festivities. I don't believe in none of that. Anyway, are y'all like flying out there ahead of her and decorating the room with cupcakes and stuff all in the room, balloons and all that? Are you paying for her flight? Are you paying for her drinks on the flight? Are you paying for her drinks in the airport, in the lounge? Are you getting her in your lounge at the airport? Of course, I imagine you're paying for her stay at the hotel or the Airbnb, her portion of that. Do you pay for every single thing the entire time y'all, out of town? I don't understand. And it's one reason why I don't have no friends. I ain't doing that for y'all. The last wedding I was in was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And I said, oh, this is it. Because this is taking on a life of its own that I am not interested in partaking in. Tell me, y'all, how did we get from bachelorette nights to bachelorette trips? I'm very interested. Thank you.
All right, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
So do you think our people nowadays are kind of taking like weddings or marriages too far with all this like bachelorette trips, bachelor trips now, going in debt and all that? Do you think we're kind of like perversing it a little bit?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times people really don't even get into the understanding of why marriage is set up or the celebration is set up the way it is. When you go into Ephesians, I believe Ephesians chapter 5, I believe it is. Chapter 5, and it talks about, we all know the woman submitting to the man. We all know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you read that, and I believe it's in Ephesians chapter 5, they really don't go into the structure of the marriage, right? When you look at, the first 3 verses is to women submitting to their men, right? Understanding what does that mean? Or what does it look like? It looks like, because first off, the relationship that you have with God is linear. Let's understand that, right? So in other words, meaning me as a man, I may not be a father, I may not be a husband. The one thing I'm going to always be is a child of God, right? Same thing as a woman. She may not be a mother, she may not be a wife, but she's always going to be a child of God. So that is paramount, your relationship with the Father, okay? It's paramount. That supersedes, nothing supersedes that. Okay, now there's a duty that us as men have, and there's a duty that them as wives have. And a lot of the times we put those duties attached to how we feel. So if I'm not feeling good today, or if I get upset at you, my duties as a husband shuts down. It stops. If my wife is upset with me, her duties as a wife, it stops. It doesn't. This is why it says that you submit one to another under Christ, because he's the bigger picture. Marriage is not about you and I. Marriage is about us both serving the Father. That's what it's about. But when we look at the man standing at the altar and the woman walking in, you know the song, Here Comes the Bride all dressed in white. That day is all about her. And it kind of ostracizes out the man. When we read Ephesians chapter 5, it's not so. It says in Ephesians chapter 5 that this is about Christ talking about the husband loving the wife, that he might sanctify and cleanse her with the washing of the water by the word, that he might present her to himself a glorious church. This is what Christ is saying about the church. He's giving an example. This is what men are supposed to do. So to give you a picture, Christ is standing at the altar, right? And it says that he sanctified and cleansed her with the washing of the word, with the water by the washing of the word, to present to himself a glorious church. So when he's standing at the altar and he's saying to the world, look at my wife, a person that I had patience with, a person that I took time to grow with, a person that I nurtured. This is not about just look at her beauty and all this stuff. Look at what we created together in the sight of God. That's what husbands are supposed to do when that woman walks in and he's presenting this woman to the world as his new partner in crime, bone of bone, flesh of flesh. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be an isolating thing or a glamorous thing where we're all just going to look at the woman and she's going to look the best. And, you know, she has to dumb down her bridesmaids. And we've taken it to a performance opposed to it being a dedication to the Lord, if that makes sense. So when you're talking about, you know, destination trips, hell no, my wife ain't going on no damn black destination trip. Hell no. For what?
Cooper.
Word. Word. If that's what you're gonna call me, I'll stand firm on it and put the P on my chest and handle it. Because the point of the matter is, what we have to understand is the people that we keep around us is very important, because these are the men and women that are gonna pour into you when you're broken. Right? So when you and I have an argument, when myself and if we were married, we get into an argument, she's going to go to her girlfriends. I'm going to come to the fellas on the stage. And if the fellas are not rooted, right, on stable foundation, if the women that goes to is not rooted in a stable foundation, our marriage will not work.
Yeah,
Mr. Bolo, are you a pastor?
I'm all that.
Okay, you give pastor.
Pastor vibes.
Pastor vibes? Okay. I'll take that.
Like a good pastor, you know how to like relate stuff to real time. So you got a talent for that. You know, I think a lot of people struggle like how to break stuff down where you can actually understand it. So I appreciate that, Bolo.
You're welcome.
I gotta say something, right? Because like I understand as far as the part of having like a strong like foundation, like a strong circle around you. But I mean, ultimately, you as the person, you make your own choices. Because here's the thing, just like when we talked about like Tyrese and Samantha, where Samantha had marriage counseling, she had power bottom Jakes. I'm calling it out, and all these other people that was helping her. But then yet she still decided to listen to pretty much the negativity from her sisterhood. Well, I'm not even going to say the sisterhood at this point. She decided to listen to certain people
in her corner,
knowing that she was going knowing that they was going to feel like her heart desires anyway. She wanted this divorce. She wanted this to happen. She just want to find somebody to give that confirmation to say, hey, look, go ahead, dump them, leave them, divorce them. Don't worry about it. Get child support from them. Because if you listen to like the right people, they would have stayed married. But she didn't want to be married. And that's her choice.
Here's the thing on that. The stance on that is this, right? That's why I said the first thing before I'm a husband and before I'm a father, I'm a son of God. And for the woman, right, before she's a mother or a wife, she's a woman of God, a daughter of God. So what we have to understand is a lot of the times people are marrying for the feeling of love and not for the action of love. Let me say it again. A lot of people are marrying for the feeling of love and not the action of love. It kind of goes to what I Am was saying, right? When 5 years I'm into a marriage, and then she just wakes up and say, hey, I'm not feeling this no more. What's the reason? I just don't feel this way no more. Feelings are fleeting, my G.
Yeah, but see,
so the point that I'm trying to make is there are just going to be times when I don't like Joseph. I just don't like Stanley. There are going to be times I don't like Jerk. There's going to be times that M3 doesn't like Bolo. But here's the thing. When your love is rooted in a foundation, regardless of whether you like me for that moment or not, the foundation of our friendship is still rooted in a foundation. So regardless of the fact of whether I Am and I had an argument, that still doesn't change the fact of her wifely duties to me as a husband, but mostly to what God has set her up to do and vice versa. So if I have an argument with her, that doesn't change my husbandly duties. So that's the problem. Was it rooted in Christ? Was it rooted?
Yeah.
Several marriages. I'm sorry. Go ahead, M3.
No. You go, sis. I Am.
I was just going to make the point that millions of marriages are not rooted in Christ because they're not Christian people who are married. So Christian people get married, non-Christian people get married. But shout out to Stanley on the single train.
Hey,
but Bolo, can I ask you a quick question? Because I had a lot of smoke for it. Oh, go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
Because this goes to like that first video. Cause I want to look at the friends part, because that friends part, there's a responsibility on friends. So Bolo and I mentioned, like, me as a single man, I got married male friends, and I do have to put a boundary, like, you need to go home. 5 o'clock, you need to go have dinner with your wife. I don't know what's going on, but this is as far as I can go. You could have a respite for an hour or a half, but you got to go, because you're married and you got to figure this stuff out and work it out. And I know like you're not going to tell me anything because I'm single, right? And even for my female friends who did get married, I'm like, yo, like, you can't use me as though I'm your secondary husband. That's out of pocket. Like, where's your husband? Do you guys need help on something, to lift something, to put something together? Let me talk to him and I can come by and help fix out whatever. But you can't use me like, like you were single. Like, that's out of order. But I do have to say, like,
ladies, if you're looking for a side husband, use Thumbtack. Thumbtack is amazing. You don't need a side husband. Just get the Thumbtack app. That's all you need.
But you paying him, but not your husband.
Oh my God.
Did you say I am if you're looking for a side husband?
No, that was a joke.
But what I'm pointing out, like, I have to put boundaries in place. Like, once you get married, I think it's important that single friends put boundaries in place, because they have to go back to that person they're married to. I get that we can still be helpful, but I think the best part to be helpful in the marriage a lot of times is to put the boundary. If there's no imminent danger or anything crashing, it's like, yo, like, I want to remind you, like, yeah, we're still friends, but at the same time, you're married now. Acknowledge this change. Like, you have to grow in this relationship. It takes priority.
Now, question: How many friends like you do you think people have, both on the male side and the female side?
Let's go to the video to see that.
Wait, sound like a video promoter.
That meant okay.
Let's head into that video. Go ahead.
I take back my shout out. My shout out was to Wilson. Stanley didn't say that. It was Wilson that said "Stay single forever."
Yeah, shout out to my homie Wilson. That's my brother right there.
But I'm gonna have to roll out in a couple minutes, M3. But let me ask Bolo one question. So Bolo, we were talking about the Tyrese situation, And I like what you kind of mentioned, where like a lot of times people, both the man and the woman, are out of order. So when you were kind of mentioning that in Tyrese's situation, do you feel like he's out of order? That's why he keeps on kind of, you know, getting into these situations that blows up. I think this is like his second marriage or something like that. And, you know, I don't know if you're familiar with Tyrese, but he's always like crying about something. So
I'm kind of, sort of, not 100%. Kind of. I seen some video where he has cried about, you know, the unfair practices, and I've seen video where I believe his wife said that she messed up when she left him. Maybe I could be getting everything mixed up, but I've seen some things. I think that it's hard to keep a marriage strong when both of you have different agendas. Right? When you have different agendas and different trajectories in which you want the marriage to go in, it's hard. You know, especially celebrities, you know, you got to keep up with the gram, you got to keep up with what people are saying, and you got all, you know, what people are saying about you in the streets and in the tabloid, social media. It's hard. And again, if you're not rooted, and it goes into, you know, what M3 and I Am is saying, absolutely. There are a lot of people that are not accepting of Christ and root their marriage in this. And this is why we have the problems that we have today. Because understand, man's good is only going to go so far. It's only going to go so far that I'm going to allow Stanley to continue disrespecting me. It's only going to go so far. But when we're talking about Christ's good, there is no limit to it. Because why? It's us ever reaching for something that we cannot reach. It's unobtainable. So when we're looking at marriage, okay, when we're talking about being tolerant of each other, there's always going to be a ceiling when it's about you and the other person in your marriage. There's always going to be a ceiling. I promise you, it's always going to be.
All right. So I'm going to have to play like.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, brother.
I'm going to play like devil's advocate on this one.
Please do. Just say advocate. You don't have to say devil's advocate. Just say advocate.
No.
But real quick, M3, I just want to, you know, I'm going to hop off. Thank you guys, man. Great conversation. I am. Thanks for pulling up. Bolo, thanks for pulling up.
Call me, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to get with you because I want to have a show on Provider. We were just talking about it earlier about what were you talking about? Yeah, Proverbs and stuff. I like what you said. I think we need to break that down because I hear a lot of people like coming in there like, oh, one person just needs to carry all the weight. And I know you mentioned it before, so I do want to cover that one, break that down a little bit.
No doubt. Let me know.
You don't want me to break it down?
No,
I am. I kind of feel like you're gonna have us all on some Provider stuff, buying you Gucci bags, and you're more than welcome to come. But
remember, you got to make sure you bring them to like places where they have like the fanciest, you know, ambiance to it, right? Remember that conversation? I'm for sure you might remember this, Sister I Am, because we did had a conversation I think last year about like the importance of like taking a woman out to like a place that's like extravagant, something that she will always remember. Like some type of stuff. I know I kind of had my little pushback on it because I'm a cheapskate, but you know.
No, you have to be cheap. There's places you can go. Take her to Petaluma that already have the ambiance. Like,
but for how much though?
Wow.
Yeah, Stan, we need prices, Stan. Inflation's high, man.
I know, but there's places that already have the ambiance, the presentation. She doesn't know about the price. She only know about the price. What she needs to know about is the effort and the memory of the location, because it's going to be like a prize. And you have to give her something to hold on to because it is all connected.
Yes, and you have to hold on to the good women. You have to reward the good women because the quote unquote not good women get Birkins and they can see that. So if you have a good woman, you have to provide a good experience, guys.
Well, that part I do agree on that part.
Negative. I'm taking y'all to Cat's Deli. You know what I'm talking about, Bolo. You from New York.
Yeah. Let me ask the same question back. When you have a good man, what do you do with him?
Oh, great question.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a good man, you absolutely honor him. That is absolutely
what. That's like free.
Honor him sounds cheap. We need something materialistic.
That sounds like it's free.
You get like one of those honorary scholars or whatever on the book.
No.
Will I get like an orange certificate?
You get a gold star on your forehead.
I'll just mess around. But nah, thank you guys, man. I'll talk to y'all later. I'll definitely touch base with you, Bolo.
All right, my G.
All right, let me
Do you
make
see
sure
you play devil's advocate, M3?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the statement I put in the chat, but I was like, okay, let me see. Oh, so my thing is this, right? Because I understand that you said like a lot of things will go well, like and unlimited when it comes to having a foundation that's rooted with Christ. Now, of course, me being like, the devil's advocate, I'm still gonna put it out there. There's gonna be some dudes that's gonna be like, some people that's gonna be like, hey, well, this is like usually based off of, America, because America runs like as a Christian society, and we're only like expressing from what we're taught. Correct. But then you have other countries like Japan, India, that has strong rooted foundations
in Christianity.
And when it comes
in Christianity also.
Okay. Hold on. But then you guys, but you do have some people, right, that is not really fully rooted with Christ, but their foundation in marriage is still, probably stronger than some of the so-called Christians that jump into these like marriages. And so my statement is more of like, okay, well, I could side with you and be like, well, yeah, with Christ you could do all things that's possible, but then I'm leaning more at the same time as far as the culture of it, right? Because you have to be taught how to be a good wife. Absolutely, you have to be taught how to be a good husband. Absolutely. And I think a lot of times, a lot of people they throw in Christianity loosely when they're not really living that true Christian life. It's like you're using scriptures, references as a scapegoat. Right. Every woman, every man be like, yo, yeah, like what's that phrase that black people use? God is good all the time, right? Right. But at the same time, it's like, are you as good as
fornicator? A fornicator.
Wait, here's the thing. Here's to your point. Mm-hmm. There's always going to be exceptions to the rule, right? Always, right? But what we come on these platforms, we want to speak to the rule, not to the exception, right? Mm-hmm. We speak for the majority, not the minority. So, of course, there's going to be those that come up and that are hypocritical. That's what you're trying to say, that are hypocritical. Absolutely, 100%. I go on platforms and try my best to debunk all the hypocrites that talk about the scriptures and they themselves are off the meat rack. So, yeah, that goes without saying. This is where you have to walk circumspectly to actually see who is a hypocrite and who's not. That's your responsibility, right? So like when I see the pastors talk about, one pastor said, if you gave more money, Christ would come faster. That's what he said. Now, if you're an idiot and you go up and give more of your money, good for him. Good for him. Now, don't get it twisted. He's going to get dealt with because he's leading the people wrong. But at the same time, your job is to search well to your goings, walk well. If I told guess what? There's a discount on Birkin bags and it's $2,000. I don't need to tell her where it is. She going to figure it out. Right? If I tell you, I'm a sneakerhead. I love sneakers and shoes. So if you tell me it is a Jordan a discount, such and such, I'm going to figure it out. So what our heart's desire is what we'll search for. So again, a lot of these men, I'll speak from the man's perspective, a lot of these men don't know what love is because they themselves don't love themselves. They have not been in love. So how can I love somebody? In other words, the scriptures tell you love your brother as you love yourself. If I don't love myself and know what my self-worth is, how can I demand my value? So it starts with you working on yourself. This is why I tell young men, don't rush to get into a relationship. Women will always be there. They'll always be there. Work on yourself first. Work on your trajectory. Work on your standard. So now if you have that $100,000 diamond that you did the work on, you went and got it certified and you know it's worth $100,000, you ain't taking no shorts. You're going to wait for that $100,000 person to buy it. You're not going to take no shorts. You will be patient. But a lot of the times when you look at society and what it pushes, especially like you said here in America, we want to rush to get old. We want to rush to get into a relationship. At the age of 2 or 3, we're giving little girls babies. So it's implanted in them to want to be a mother, right? At the age of 8, 4, 5, we're telling young men not to cry, not to hurt, not to feel, young babies. So it's not a practice that these men know how to articulate how, what they're going through, what they're feeling. So as they become 40, 45, they're stressed out. And this is why self-deletion is so high amongst Black and Latino men. And this is why they can't articulate themselves. This is why they live in their amygdala, right? Not their hippocampus. They're straight for fight or flight, quick, because they have not been given the tools nor the strategy or the coping mechanisms to deal with everyday life. So I do agree with you. There are some people that are outside of, air quotes, Christianity that have a better structure than people, air quotes, that are in Christianity do. Absolutely, I agree with you. Absolutely. So it's your job to make sure the same way you have to vet that woman is the same way you vet those people that you allow to mentor you and things of that nature.
No, that's well said, and I appreciate everyone's response and answers for it.
M3, can you play the Angry Man? Because the Angry Man clip. Because the answer what Bolo said was hey, as a friend, what kind of friend are you in a marriage? Remember, that was a segue for you to play that video.
Yeah, I can play it right now real quick for you guys.
Women are weak, y'all. That's just my thing. This will be my last time calling. If she don't answer, I'm gonna let it go. I'm sure she got my messages. I'm sure she got my text messages and my phone calls. So I'm just gonna see what happens, y'all. If she believe her husband, she believe her husband. But she know, and deep in her heart, I know she know that that's not the truth. But that was his whole plan, you guys, not to, have a friendship again, so he can continue to be the dog that he is. So please leave your message.
Hold on, let me restart this real quick. Oops, hold on.
Weak, y'all. That's just my thing. This will be my last time calling. If she don't answer, I'm going.
Oh, okay. I just thought I missed something, but yeah.
So I mean, from watching that clip, here's the thing that I tell people when I counsel men, women marriages. What I tell them is keep your business to yourself. Because what happens is when I start to talk to M3 and Joseph about my issues with I am, although I may forgive them, they may not. And it's vice versa with women. When she goes talk to her homegirls, and tell her how much of a bad guy I am, a bad husband Bolo is, if we reconcile, they still feel the way they feel because they're looking at it from your perspective. And a lot of the times when we give our side, seldomly do we give the truth of the whole matter. Right? Seldomly do we give the whole truth of the whole matter. Seldomly do we give the dysfunction that we brought to the dysfunction. We never look and say, well, you know what I did, B? I did, cause her to, she had a hard day. Instead of letting her decompress, I pressed her and she got pissed off and it just escalated. So I can see where I was the catalyst. All I'm going to say to M3 is, you know what my girl did? I am walked in and she started screaming on the kid and such. And M3 going to tap in. Well, hold on, Bolo. Now let's get Joseph on the phone. Joseph gets on. So now, you know what I'm saying? But what I conveniently left out was she had a hard day. I could see it. You know what I'm saying? Her car broke down. She had to change her flat because I was nowhere. I'm out of the state. So she didn't have nobody. AAA wasn't coming or whatever the situation might be. And I come home and I pressed her. I'm leaving that part out because what M3 and Stanley going to say is, hold on, though. So you knew she had a hard day and you still pressed her? Nah, bro, you wrong for that. So now when I'm coming for my boys to rally around me, I'm now getting admonished. And that's what the scriptures say. See, open rebuke is better than secret love. So regardless of the fact that whether it hurts me or not, I would rather you give me that truth because it's going to make me a better man in the long run, opposed to you siding with me, hurting my relationship.
That's a good reference, because here's the thing. Now, when it comes to sisterhood, do they apply that same energy?
Absolutely.
Well, here's the thing. M3 2.0. Here's the thing. Abusers, users, cheaters, they don't like the friend because, like Bolo said, the friend knows the previous dirt, like the dirt up until today's dirt, right? And they retain that, right? The woman in the relationship gets like the loving feels mixed in with whatever abuse, use, cheating, whatever she's going through. But here's the thing. So those kinds of people who want to continue in their dysfunction know they're not going to like the friend that is aware of what they have done in the past, that knows what has been going on, and they see these behaviors like as they accumulate. Of course, he doesn't want you to be friends with her. He doesn't want that. But I also agree with Bolo's point that we often do not tell the entire story to our friends. That is true. That I can concede to.
That was the answer I was looking for, but no, I appreciate it.
But see, that's the thing too. The inconsistencies in it is this: that a lot of the times women, when they tell stories, they tell it stories through their emotions. Most of the time, hopefully, men will give you the story logistically. We hit the bullet points. Like if I come home and I have a leak, I had a leak one time, and I'll come home, my wife is telling me everything. I'm like, babe, I don't want to hear all that. Just tell me what the leak was. Tell me what you did to mitigate and such and such. Now, everything else you could tell me after. I just want to make sure that our roof ain't going to fall in on us. After I got that information, now tell me what's going on. Because we're fix-it. We see things. Our mind we're wired different. You dig what I'm saying? We're
correct.
Fixed.
Absolutely different. Absolutely different.
And we hear things differently.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times it's very important that, again, that we take the time to hear our wives. We take the time to hear them, because we have to be sensitive to them, right? And on the back end of that, women have to understand that wives need to understand that I don't want to be hard all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be a brick all the time. If I can't let down my garrison when I'm home with my wife, where the hell can I do it?
Yeah.
My wife should be my pillar of rest and my pillar of stress, and vice versa.
But that's where Delilah comes in.
Who is that?
The side
Who
chick,
is Delilah?
The work wife. The side chick, the work wife.
Oh, okay. I have a messy question.
You have a messy question?
Yes, I have a very messy question for Bolo.
I'm prepared. Go ahead.
Does Bolo know that M3 2.0 just a few short minutes ago was talking about rotations, side women, tens on the side?
No, that was me.
No, that was. Look at him trying to take the rap.
See, why I gotta be targeted?
That was me. I'm the one that started that, because I said wives save lives.
No, he was talking about having a woman at home, cooking, cleaning, performing duties for free, and then also having these other women.
Hold on. Before anybody answers, look, Sister if you missed it, you're gonna have to check the replay out.
That's when I came in.
I know, but that was me. I'm the one that started that. That was me. I'm taking responsibility.
Okay, I'll check the footage.
What do you mean? What do you mean a wife home for free? What did you mean by that?
I threw in the for free, but Mr.
Okay. I'm still trying to grasp your personality and what you're joking around with and what you're taking and what you say seriously. But okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a single advocate, Mr. Bolo. I'm a single advocate.
You're a single woman advocate? Why?
Because I think that in our society, people don't make it okay for a woman to choose to be single. Actually, if a woman is choosing to be single or not, she's indicted for it. And so I think single people have rights. Single people have feelings. And I think people should be nicer to single people. They shouldn't shade them all the time because that's rude.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you choose to be single?
Because it's what I feel is ideal for my life.
I understand. I'm asking you why.
My decision. I'm sorry?
There's the acronym to single, because I'm also single. After you break up a relationship, you
No,
know
I'm
what
gonna
single
get to you in
stands
a
for?
minute. I'm gonna get to you, Joseph, in a minute. It's only that I was talking to
I'll
her.
help her out because we're both single. You know
No,
what
but-
single stands for, right?
No, what does it stand for?
Stress is now gone, living effortlessly.
Yes, I like that.
That's what singles.
Damn, okay, Stan.
And you know, damn. Okay.
And what's the
If you
acronym
go
for
through one of
marriage
those
then?
relationships,
I don't. You know what? I'm
like,
gonna have to
it's
get one
just
up three. I'm gonna have to get an acronym for marriage because here's the thing. I get it. I get it. You know what I'm saying? You want to be able to move when you want to move. You want to be able to do what you want to do.
No, that's not it. I'm not even doing that.
So I'm saying move how you want to move as far as not being just
get on a plane.
Get on a plane.
No, not even that. No.
So then what
no,
is? So what is it?
It's like honoring your singlehood in the sense of I'm not trying to ball out and be out of control, but like God gave me this. I have to see it as a gift.
Okay.
And just play it out and just be. And what I mean by being honorable is not like going out whoremongering. It's not about just going on meaningless trips because I still like with the family. I'm still like taking care of nephews and nieces, and I'm still there for my kids. Like that's for me being single is a responsibility.
What if you meet a woman? What if a woman?
Guess what?
I'm sure you have a list. I'm sure you have a checklist.
So my list is a little different, right?
Okay.
My list is different, right? So my list would be if I want her to be a stay-at-home mom, because somebody talks. I got mentors, right? That's something y'all need to learn from the Book of Ruth, because y'all ain't, they make Book of Ruth like sexy to sell in churches. So if y'all actually studied it, you will get the reverse, right? It's like if I put down on my list, for example, I don't want my wife to work. What that means for me is I need to go ahead and make more money and save, right?
Gotcha.
If I want this, right, like my list is a little different as a response. If I want my wife to give birth to 5 kids, I got like, okay, what if we can't do it? What's the other side of that? And I have to answer that for myself.
So my question to you is, if we're never gonna find anyone that's gonna check off every box.
No, but that list, that's what that list does. That list is not.
So my question is, if you met a woman, right? You're single.
Just one.
Let's deal with the one first because you don't have any.
See, Mr. Bolo? See, this is what I'm talking about.
Let's deal with the one first because you haven't met any yet. Or you don't have any yet, right? As far as in this conversation that we're having, we'll talk on the back end on that, Joseph. What I'm asking you is, if you met that one that checked off the majority of the boxes on your list that you have, would you commit?
No, I need to spend time with her.
No, I understand that. All of that being said, man, you spent time with her. You got a good grasp of what her thought process is, her background, her family, all of these things you did. Because you're not going to settle down in the first 1 month. It takes at least 7, 8, 9 months to really get to know someone.
I need 3 years. Cool. Yeah, I deal with a lot of liars. I'm good.
Okay, cool. So let's say you deal with 3 years. Whatever the time frame is, you get to that point. Are you going to settle down?
Prenuptial agreement, no church wedding. There's a possibility.
Okay.
Stan, do you want to have like 5 kids and you want the woman to stay at home?
I don't want no kid. I got one. I'm good. If I get one more, oh great, whatever, right?
So you have a child?
I take care of 1 kid right now.
What the hell does that mean?
I'm not allowed to talk about. Okay, let me just refrain.
Okay.
Bring it up.
We're on the internet.
Yeah. So we'll talk later.
But yeah.
Cool.
But like if I get another child,
right?
That'll be it for me. I'm good. But I don't want 5 kids. I don't want to get married here in America. I might have to go back home, by Dominican Republic or Cuba. I don't know about Haiti, but
it's crazy right now, brother. It's crazy. Haiti
I
is
know, but
crazy
that's
right now.
but I have to leave. But that's where it's at right now. You have to go out the country, and
But do you plan on staying wherever you get married?
no, how else you gonna make the money?
All right, so here's the question. So here's the problem.
But you can't bring them to America.
Right. So wherever you go, but that's the problem. So that means you're gonna leave her in that country that you get married in, or are you gonna bring her back here?
No, I'll leave her there because I got like another girlfriend here. I want my
You see this,
girlfriend in
Bolo?
America.
You see these good Christian men, Bolo? These good Christian red pillars?
You see what happens when you ask questions? So how many times do you think that you would go? Let's just say you found her in Cuba. You leave her in Cuba. That means you're gonna leave her in the country that you come back here to get married. I mean, you come back here to work to make the bread. What's gonna be the interval between the two of how many times a year you go back and forth to Cuba?
I might move her to Chile.
Okay, wherever you move it to, how many times?
No.
You've seen it throughout
Probably
the year?
6 times out the year.
So 6 times out the year. So let's say every 2 months.
I think like every other month.
Every other month. So let me ask you this. And you're gonna have a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see your child every other month?
So
Sorry.
that's where I'm about to go.
Don't care. They need to go to school. We get a nanny. We good.
Let me explain something to you, brother. A young man needs to see a father be a father.
Hmm.
A young man needs to see his father operate with his wife, his mother.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are his example, and kids learn from redundancy. They learn from it being repetitive, right? So they need to see you critically think when you and her are having an argument, how you handle things. He needs to see that. You dig what I'm saying? Because if you're not there, then some other dude is going to be that example for her, because she can't be the example. A woman can't raise a boy. The only thing she can teach a boy is how not to hurt a woman this way. Don't be like your father. That's what she's going to do.
She'll teach him to be a simp.
Okay.
She'll teach him to open the doors for
Shout out
every
to the
woman.
Sims.
She'll teach him how to get his heart broken. You know, she'll teach him all the good things.
Look, okay, well, that's a different story. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, you think 6 times, or let's say even 8, you think 6 times or 8 times a year is good for a father to be in his household?
Yeah, or I could just take him and bring him back to the States.
You think the wife is going to let you? The mother? Without her?
If she wants the money.
Wow.
And
Hey, Wally.
Okay, Mr. Wally, what's the dealio?
You know what? I thought I was just going to come in here and just wind down, but no, I forget. This is Toxic Tuesdays. Well, sorry, Toxicity Tuesdays.
No, you got it right. It's Toxic Tuesdays. So get it right.
No, yeah, Toxicity Tuesdays. I had to come up just for one time for the one, but Lord have mercy. I didn't think I was going to hit my brain algorithm just hurting, just hearing this.
Well, welcome to Toxic Tuesdays, you guys.
Yeah, welcome, Wally. You know what single stands for, Wally? Do you?
You said it earlier, and in harsh.
Repeat that again.
Oh, stress is now gone, living effortlessly.
Okay. You know what's funny?
Uh-huh.
I had a similar stance on that back then. I really did. You know what I call mine? I call it divest from stress. That's my explanation. But no, from that standpoint, I just don't agree with that because on a different tip. But I do agree with your sentiments though, because hey, that is true though. Living effortlessly if possible. You know they say you don't want stress, then don't deal with it at all, right?
Now, Bolo, don't blame this on us. It's just society needs to change its ways a little bit because they making dating horrible for the rest of us. And those of us with hearts, we've been broken. I still watch Hallmark. I'm about to binge on Hallmark because I need some hope. And I like to see love.
The problem with that, Joseph, is this.
Yeah.
You're functioning in your dysfunction and thinking that you're functional, and you're not.
But that dysfunctional came from me functioning functionally.
No, right? No. And here's the problem. Here's the problem. The problem is you know that you're functioning dysfunctionally, and you're doing nothing about it to function correctly.
No, I'm doing something about it. I'm preventing myself to go further into dysfunction.
But here's what you just said, and I'm only going with what you just said. What you just said is the prior hurt, right? Prior hurt. The prior hurt is navigating me in how I move today when it shouldn't. The prior hurt, whatever lesson you needed to learn from that, should make you a better man and give you more of hindsight, so you see panoramically in the decisions that you make from there on in. Now, here's your acronym for marriage: make every moment count, affirm your spouse daily, reconcile often with apology and forgiveness, respond with respect, initiate with courage, always love gracefully, generously serve your spouse, and endure through hardship together.
That's not an acronym for marriage.
It is.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. They don't spell no.
I'll say it again for you.
It's a good manifesto.
M, make every moment count. A, affirm your spouse daily. R, reconcile often with apology and forgiveness. R, respond with respect. I, initiate with courage, whatever you do. A, always be graceful, meaning if you're going to correct her, do it gracefully. Do it in a way that she can receive it. G, generously serve your spouse. E, endure through hardships together.
Thank you, Pastor. That's dope.
That's dope.
I had to make sure I clip that. At least mark it, you know?
So, and here's the thing. Being a husband is not an entitlement. Being a wife is not an entitlement. It's a service. And that's the problem. This is why we brought up on M3's channel last week, you know, women saying that you're going to take care of me like they're babies. I don't take care of babies. I did that with 4 of my children. I'm not taking care of a grown person like a baby. You're a grown-ass woman. You're here to be a helpmate. You're not here to be a help weight. So you're here to help. And that's the point, right? My job is to go out there and crush that lion's throat if I need to. Okay. Your job is to help. So when you sit there and say you need to do all of the carrying, then the problem is not the man. I mean, the problem is not the woman. The problem is the man, because you chose her.
Can I just say that women aren't having a fabulous time dating either? And I say this for Stanley's benefit, you know, as he goes through. I think, you know, both men and women can approach dating like, I've had so much negativity or trauma or BS in my dating experience, not realizing that the people you encounter also had negative experiences. And so I think guys have the impression that dating is so much better for women, but they have challenges too. They're just different challenges, not the same as you guys.
Well, did you ever think, and this is to the both of you, did you ever think that I'll use me, if I'm dating and I'm on a dating scene, right? The majority of women that I date are abusive, disrespectful, or whatever, right? They're hurt, whatever. What's the common denominator in that equation?
Well, the men that they dated?
No, me. I'm the common denominator. Your vibe attracts your tribe. You understand that?
No,
so in other words, understand. Okay, let me bring it full circle. In other words, if you know, when I'm talking to dudes and I'm counseling them and they're talking about their baby mamas was 304s and all these different things or whatever the situation might be, and they have 3 different baby mamas and all of them took them to court, my response is going to be, what was the common denominator in that? Because
you didn't pay.
Your baby moms were 304s before you met them. You picked them.
So men love 304s.
So the problem isn't them. The problem is you, and it's vice versa. If a woman continues to pick men that are abusive, the problem is we have to look at your thought process on why you keep attracting abusive men.
Wait. Okay, so I got a question. Right?
Men don't love the horse. They just like what they can do for them at the moment.
What's up, Marcus?
Exactly, right? Because, you know, we don't have love for them, but
Marcus,
What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing?
Marcus, I'm going to say this real quick. So then, like, okay, let's say personally for me, right? Because we're going by like the kinetic energy the aura that we're exuding out that attracts these type of people, right?
correct.
Then why in the hell I keep getting all these like religious women coming after me? You know what I mean? And I don't even want them like that.
maybe there's some, a lot of the time,
married.
A lot of the
I'm
time,
just saying.
a lot of the times, the way we see ourselves in our heads is not what we're actually projecting. Does that make sense? So a lot of the times, you may look at yourself as being fly money, fly guy, and in the streets, your breath stink. You're closing up the part. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times, you give off a vibration, and I'm just going off the example you gave. A vibration that you give off of is that of a man that would attract a woman that would be in church.
And also, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I am.
Good.
Thank you for resting your femininity.
I was going to say, often there are also people that we ignore. So when we talk about what we're encountering, we're only thinking about a specific portion of the total whole, right? So I think for men, a lot of times, women who are invisible are women who are not as attractive or attractive to them. So those women don't count. So when they're talking about, things that they're, encountering, they're only talking about certain people. There could be women in your life that are not religious, or people or women in your life, whatever it is that you don't like or aren't looking for, that don't present that, but you're not thinking about them. Like they don't even come in your mind, right? Because they're not attractive to you. So I think that shapes our perspective of what we think we're encountering.
That's a very good point, because again, your brain will affirm how you feel or what you think. That's basically what she's saying. If you feel negative and you're thinking negatively, your brain will affirm everything that you're feeling. In other words, have you ever bought a certain color type of car, and every move you make, you're seeing that specific car, but before that, you didn't see that car, you didn't pay no mind to that car? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's true. And the point I'm making is actually beyond that. What I would say is, like, your mom taught you to open doors for ladies, right? So you, by habit, open doors for women. You may have encountered 2 or 3 women that were mean or rude when you attempted to open the door for them. If those women were attractive, oh my God, these women out here, they don't appreciate this, and these modern women, this and that, and you can't be a good man toward them. And that's because you are attracted to that woman. You were hoping for a reaction that you didn't get. Right. And you're also discounting the dozens of women you opened the door for, and they said, thank you, sir, and walked in.
But doesn't that affirm the way he's feeling? Right? Like he's making a conscious choice to actually factor in on those 2 women that were disrespectful. So what the brain is going to do is hone in on that. And you're going to forget what I am said, the other 10 women that were gracious to you. You're going to forget them, and you're just going to focus in on the 2 that were disrespectful.
Yeah. So M3, do you want women who are not churchy to be in your space, in your face?
Hey, absolutely.
Or in this case, not ugly.
Wow.
Oh, well, that too, Marcus.
They're not ugly. They have a
wow.
They were born.
Well, only in bitch ass Christian church.
I'm only saying that because I'm saying what M3 would say. I'm not saying that I would always call them ugly. But maybe less. How about we just use the politically correct term, less appealing? Is that fine?
No.
Or not as appealing to your eye?
No, I just believe in just calling it like how I see it, right? I mean, if you was ugly like on the inside out, see, y'all make me going back to church again, right? Maybe that's why like some of these church women gravitate.
Here we go. Here we go with the trauma.
Anyways, no, I digress from that part. I'm not gonna go there, right? Because if I go there, it's gonna be long. But no.
Okay, I think
after from my experience, right, dealing with just horrible people, and here's the thing, maybe I'm not a horrible guy. I'm not going to downplay myself like that. But after dealing with like just horrible individuals, and sometimes they don't have to be, from church though, but I think because like my roots kind of came, for like 15 or 20 plus years into that particular organization, it really tainted my view of how I view like with other like Christians, other people. And sometimes there are some that's actually still similar. The best
Bolo,
people that go along.
real quick. This real quick, Bolo.
Say it again.
I want to answer this real quick.
Go ahead. I mean, M3 was talking.
Okay, so M3, this is what I learned from therapy and coaching, right? And this also pushed back what Bolo said. Like, what I've learned is that sometimes when you are in church, because for men, we are encouraged to serve constantly, a lot of time women could read that. And because you're following what God says, they will go ahead and use that against you. And it's like for you to constantly be at service. And so a lot of times you do, and that's for me, I had to communicate. And a lot of times, and I said this before in the podcast and other podcasts, like a lot of times I had to stop escorting for Jesus because you get burned out and people do use that, like, aren't you a Christian? Shouldn't you do this? Shouldn't you do that? And a lot of times you got to stop. I'm a human being and this does not feel good. And I don't like it. And I have this relationship.
Should I escort? Can we do Secret Service for Jesus?
Hey, either way, but that's what it looks like a lot of time when people assume like you're this person, you're still supposed to serve, you're still supposed to give, you're still supposed to forgive, and you're still supposed to be loved. But at the same time, you have to look at it when I learn therapy, like, yo, you're not God. And this is not honoring God. And this is actually having you question your faith because you're not communicating that this person is exploiting you. So a lot of times you have to put that out.
But what is not honoring God, though, Stan? Just to understand.
Let me
a lot going on.
Joseph, this goes into the self-worth in demanding your value. Because if I value myself, right? I know that I'm a good man. She knows that she's a good woman. There's a certain standard that my value is going to push up. And if that woman isn't meeting up to that value, I'm going to graciously bow out. I'm not going to waste my time.
But there's a pushback you get, right? From.
I don't care if I get a pushback. It takes two to push back, though.
But Bolo, this is the thing you'll get, right?
Right.
The older men, they'll be like, oh, you gotta learn how to forgive.
It has nothing to do with forgiving. It has nothing to do with forgiving. Go ahead.
Bolo, I'm not pushing back against you at all, right?
No.
Just for anybody listening, a lot of times people do get, a lot of men, they get this thing about the scriptures that come up about God loving the church and more than the church love God. There's other scriptures that's given to you to stay and to be used and abused. What I've learned, what I told before I left that organization, I said what I've learned more than anything from this church is to accept abuse. Now I have to go deconstruct that because this is what I've learned to accept it. And it wasn't just from the chicks I was dating, it was from older married men who kept on pushing it down my throat for 2 years. And so I think for other men who are dealing with this, a lot of times it's not fair when we talk about self-worth. But then when you say self-worth, a lot of times in church, you're supposed to be selfless. No, and you're taught to not have self-worth.
But here's the thing. Okay, so let's take this slow. Being selfless has nothing to do with my self-worth. Me knowing what I'm worth has nothing to do with me being selfless. Now, you're being selfish is different. But if I know that I've done the work, right? I've gotten to a certain point in my life. I've gotten to a certain point in a relationship with God, that I'm not going to allow anyone to mistreat me. It has nothing to do with me being forgiven. I could forgive you. Forgiveness is more for myself than it is for you. Because a lot of the times that anger that we holds us in that spot 10 years ago. So until you're
back.
Right. And so until you're ready to forgive that moment and forgive yourself and saying and keeping yourself here, you're going to stay stuck like my man Marcus said. So again, I'm not going to allow no woman to walk over me or mistreat me. I don't give a damn how many scriptures you pull out. I don't care how many elder men come to me and say, brother, you're supposed to forgive. I got you. She's also supposed to entreat me as the Lord. She ain't. So what you got to that? You don't got to live with her. I do. So if you chose to stay with a woman that does not entreat you correct and does not reverence you as a husband, then that's your choice. Don't expect me to follow down that road you took, because that's off. And this is where it comes to you, meaning anyone, having the knowledge of understanding the word themselves. Because now people give bad advice. It just happens. It happens. Not every advice that I give is good, right? Sometimes I'm going to get bad advice from my anecdotal experiences that I've went through. I can only do that. So what I'm saying, and this is what I say to women, you got to know what your self-worth is. Once you know what it is in Christ, once you know what it is, you're going to sit there and be like, nah, dogs, I'm not going to have this dude put his fist through my face. I'm not going to allow that. This has nothing to do with me being selfish. It's about, he might take my life, right? This woman is making my life harder. She's supposed to be helping me. She ain't. So you have to understand what your self-worth is. You have to take time. The Lord tells you walk circumspectly. What does that mean? That means to be very meticulous on your walk. So that means sit back and watch her. Sit back and watch him. Ask the hard questions. Look at their lifestyle. Look at their family lifestyle, both the men and the women. See how he treats his mother. See how he treats his sister. See how they react or respond in difficult moments, because this is what you're going to marry. And that's how we.
I think you guys are missing M3's what he's saying his challenge is. I have been witnessing M3 2.0 go through like this change and transition. And Stanley, like you guys know him. I don't know him, right? Mm-hmm. What he is expressing is how he doesn't like that church women essentially are so chaste, that they're so churchy, wholesome, right? He doesn't like that.
Yeah.
And is that what you're getting, Stanley? Like, you can let me know if I am missing something.
No, you're on point. You're on point. I think a lot of times the culture itself does not allow you to be open, and there's a presentation that's there.
Okay.
And you can't get any deeper than what they present. And a lot of times you're kind of pushed or guided into a relationship with them that could end terribly.
Well,
are you guys in the same organization? Oh, sorry.
No, for me, it wasn't just this church. It was above like a lot of churches. Last week I mentioned that a lot of what I'm noticing now, there's a lot of mixed faith marriages. And there's something about the system. It's not particularly I'm aiming towards the people, but when I see someone who grew up Catholic and they marry somebody who's Muslim,
I feel attacked.
Somebody who's somebody who was like, I would never even imagine somebody who's like Pentecostal married to a witch. I'm like, whoa, how'd that happen? So there's like
well, let me say this to you.
Bolo, this is projection, Bolo. I feel hurt.
And it's overall the system that's going on in churches, like
hey.
But let me say, Stanley, let me say this to you. First, let me apologize to you for those men and women that have misled you from the church. Let me apologize to you for that, because again, that's a part of the navigational system that you're moving in. Because again, that's a part. I'm not gonna say it's the whole. It's a part. To what Marcus said, a lot of us. When I say us, I'm including all of it, because all of us fall short. A lot of us trauma bond. And sometimes that trauma bond can be through pain. It can be through religious hurt. It can be through physical hurt, emotional hurt, spiritual hurt, or mental hurt. And we trauma bond through that, right? We have a common goal where we kind of facilitate and help each other with the pain that we have, opposed to getting to the root of what the issue is. But it never ends well. It may last a little bit, but it never ends well. So again, this is why we say do the work on yourself first. Heal yourself. This is why the Lord always tells you, love your brother as you love yourself. It starts with self-love first. Because again, if I is drowning and I can't swim, me jumping in the water with my heart, I want to save her, all I'm going to do is manage to make us both drown. So I have to know how to swim myself to be able to help her. Even airplane pilots tell you, before you put the mask on the person, make sure you put it on yourself first. So why the Father says love your brother as you love yourself. Even in Ephesians, what he said, I never knew a man that didn't love himself. Husbands, love your wives as you love yourself. He continuously says that. Why? Why does he say that? Because there are people out there that truly don't love themselves. It just is what it is. So how can I identify externally if I can't even read it internally? You dig what I'm saying? So that's where the work and therapy, I'm a big advocate of therapy, works. It works. So that's why you need to work on yourself before you go out there and take whatever baggage you have, luggage you have, and bring it into a relationship, because it's unfair to the other person. I'm dealing with the madness of the dude or the chick before me. It's madness. Now, I know that we're not going to be completed, because the Lord ain't going to give you anyone completed, right? It would defeat the purpose of a relationship. You know, going through the ups and downs together is what strengthens our relationship. If you already met a perfect woman, you would have no strength, no commonality, no understanding between you two. You just wouldn't, right? So you're going to have that climbing up together. If the mountain was smooth, none of us could climb it, my G. Now, why do we have the jagged edges on the mountain? The jagged edges is there for that story. So when I sit there and I tell let me tell you something. That one part of the mountain I climb, it cut the hell out of me. I will never climb that mountain the same way. We all got stories like that, right? Mm-hmm. That we learn something from. So when we talk to the brothers or we talk to the sisters, that one story will always be vivid in our minds. That's the point of being put in the furnace of affliction and being made gold. And I'll end with this. A woman wanted to know, how does a blacksmith know that the silver or gold is ready when he puts it in the furnace? He said, well, first you have to put it into the hottest of fires. If you leave it in there too long, you can burn it. If you leave it in there too short, it still has the impurities. So she said, well, when do you know to pull it out? When I can see my reflection in it. That's what God is doing with us. He has us in the furnace of affliction until he sees that reflection of him in us. And you have to see that in the woman or the man that you're going to marry.
May I go? I don't want to interrupt an interruption later. No, I appreciate the fact that like even Bo is saying this, because I know Stan, was saying how she got your stance spot on with the whole women being too churchy. And I said it before and I'll say it again. We live in a day and age where people look at someone else maybe, and I'm not just saying you, Stan, I'm not trying to project anything on you, but what somebody takes more serious than others, they probably don't take it as anymore because of their experiences as well. But just because in this type of land that we live in nowadays, this type of civilized, or not even civilized anymore, because look how we are with each other, but this sort of modern day of living, everything is very substantial, or it's at one hand, is it convenient for one or the other? But in other places, it's serious when people take serious as religion, like as their beliefs, as their culture. Culture and religion is one for them. And then when I hear that people are having these stances on what their beliefs are, it's cool and all. But understand that, hey, you get what you signed up for. You know who you're trying to seek out there. You know who you're trying to be with. Me, for example, there's a time and place where I stopped seeking God. I stopped believing, or not even believing, but not just really making it a priority anymore. I never put him first for a while. I was putting money, power, women, lust, like all this kind of stuff first, which is things that can literally destroy you and take you apart. Like the root of what could be evil. I know M3 ain't liking this right now. He can't stand this right now. It's been a long night. But
thank you, Marcus. No, keep it going, bro.
Yeah, but it's like I have to use myself as an example, right? Because I had to ask myself the tough questions. I had to look myself in the mirror, from the person I was to the person that I'm going to be or want to be. And it's tough because we would like the smooth, fun ride. Yeah, like the easiest path to least resistance, because that's who we are as humans. But diversity, it builds that character, that test, right, that it gives you. You're like going to see, hey, am I going to be the right guy, not just the nice guy or the good guy? You know, or am I going to be the bad boy? You know, Stan, you know, you're out there, you know, for besides the McDonald's late night runs and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? The midnight meat train.
Oh, me?
But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, who are you? Yeah, but you know, like even M3 back in the day when he was DJing or whatever, or being a funk master or something, you know, he was out there, you know what I'm saying? But hey, man, I had to stop because I realized that I put my faith in the back burner. I put my faith in the passenger seat, not the driver's seat. That's where I was messing up, and my priorities were messed up for me. But I'm man enough to admit that to myself and under God, and to you.
Man, thank you, Marcus. Hey, and this clarification, right? I have the reverse issue that M3 has. He attract Christian girls. I attract the other stuff, and that's why I look at judges a lot.
Heathens, you attract them heathens, goddammit.
Yeah, I like Delilah, so that's my prayer. I have to read the book of Judges a lot. So I just want to put it out there.
Lord
I don't get
have
Christian
mercy.
women. I'm getting straight up Delilahs, and because I like Philistine women. That's me. That's my weakness. So I have to like get that out of me and say no a lot, and that's what I mean for my single walk. Is I do other stuff and not indulge in that. And when that does come, look at the signs, see the triggers, and like, no, I can't. I just can't do it because I'll be trapped in the same stuff. That's what therapy teaches me. But spiritually, I'm gonna let everybody know I'm different. I like Delilahs, and Jezebel's turn me on. That's my stuff.
Is Delilah code for white girl?
No, Delilah is like women that's not Christians. I like the non-Christian chicks.
Oh.
And I attract a lot of non-Christian girls.
Shout out to the non-Christian chicks.
I'm a
non-Christian chick.
Like, I'm going to corrupt you. And I'm like, I'm already corrupted, baby. But like, innocent for you.
You sure you're not going to send them? Wait, you going to corrupt them? Are you sure you're not going to send them to heaven, Stan? Because, I mean, you do have a...
Oh, yeah. Bolo, I had this handle on the dating site.
I can't believe this. This is truly Toxicity Tuesdays.
But it's wild because Stan is single. M3 is married. So are you in a polygamous marriage?
Who? Oh
no, she asking me. Okay, Stan, can I just? Okay, all right. All right, let me just keep it a buck being 100%, right? So I've been away from like YouTube for a minute, and you know,
liar.
He's been on his troll account, huh, Marcus? He's been on his.
He's capping. Man, I just saw you last weekend, bro.
Okay, I'm talking about during the summer prior to me coming back or whatever. Thank you very much, Marcus, for your observation. No, but honestly, like I'm no longer married.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's why I was so confused.
Well, I mean, look, I was going to just like bring it out to the podcast, but eventually, like, you know, the time was going to come, you know, and I'm okay with it. And the thing is, like, I'm just going to give you like the politician version of it, right? We went on our separate ways. Things just didn't work out. So, but no, there was no cheating, no infidelity, nothing going on or whatever. None of that stuff. But sometimes, like, people grow apart. So your boy's about to be the single one as well too.
Well, let me say this. I had no idea. I'm very sorry to hear that because I know that whether you wanted it or not, it's going to affect you. And I have great compassion with regard to that situation. And it makes so much sense now. Like, I remember the last stream and I'm just like typing because it wasn't making sense. But now that you say that, it makes so much sense. And I still like my joke of calling you M3 2.0. I think it's really genius.
And the marriage did not have me wear red pill. I'm just saying, but yeah, go ahead.
You're giving that though. Can I just say, as a friend, as an internet friend, you're very much giving the red pill. So just for me to
giving dominance.
But see, it all came from church though. That's that. See, that's
we blaming the building, ain't we?
yeah, we're blaming.
Blame it on the building.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I am the best way to help M3 is to take him out on a date.
I'm very bad on dates.
With Jesus.
No, Jesus.
Single.
Don't defy the deities. Don't do it.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Oh.
This can't be it.
That makes so much sense.
But I'm glad that I was able to kind of get out tonight because I was kind of waiting for like at least like more people, so I had to kind of keep.
So we're not good enough for you? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying.
I'm saying you're.
Okay.
Motivating enough for me.
Hurt people, right?
Oh,
yeah, he is looking at me with a familiar face.
Marcus, you a fool.
No, Marcus.
He wants us to clip it and circulate it.
Oh, don't worry, I'm clipping this for later.
What I'm saying is I'm glad that people like Marcus is here, so then that way I don't have to reiterate it like in the future to anybody else. I really share my whatever that's going on to the people who I really like have my dear heart towards. So thank you, Marcus. So I'm glad that
you make me sick, M3.
Thank you. That's what I'm here for.
Wally, Bolo, and then Marcus. What advice would you give for M3 as he start his new single life?
I'm gonna
who's first? Let the ladies go. Let the lady go first.
I still have the best advice anyway.
I do have the best advice in the world. I would say to give yourself time to not be cheated. That sounds harsh. I'm not trying to say it harshly. But to not let what you experience limit your sense of possibility of what could, happen in the future, and give yourself time. And when you feel you've had enough time, give yourself a little bit more. And finally, this is going to sound crazy, but limit your romantic interaction, because what happens is sometimes when people move on very quickly, they're just involving someone else in, they're bringing someone else into a space that might still be chaotic, and that's not fair to the new person. So that's what I was saying.
Oh, great advice.
Yeah, that was good advice.
Thank you, I am.
Thanks, guys.
I'm kind of glad that you came first anyways, though, because I'm for sure like the other advice would have just been.
Oh, so he would have cared anything. He wouldn't care about us at all. He just, as long as you came, I am, you're good.
I am, don't leave us. We need you to handle Marcus. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, E2 Wally, what's your advice?
A part of me wants the rest of my masculinity for this bull. that you just said. Talking about we don't give good advice. Like, damn. Like, Lord have mercy.
So what advice do you have for him?
He's a grown man. He know what he got to do, man. He just got to live it easy. You know, it is what it is. You know, you just sit back, relax, take days by day as if it was nothing never happened, and just recess why it came to what it came to. Why this chose to be this way? Like, why did it end up being this way?
I don't have to question that. I already know how it came out, but
well, hey, you said it ended up honorably, right? Well, at the end of the day, look, for you already know how it ended out, why it did.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, you still have to sit there and say to yourself, if I come through this again, will I change this, or neither will I just let this be the same? Because you still got to question, like when people, like when you end up separating from your partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the differences, that was what it was, right? I don't know if this was a longing difference between y'all two, or if this is just a difference that just magically came around the corner. Whatever which one it is, I don't know. But you still got to wonder, like, why did this be like the main caveat for us to separate? If it's just one.
No, that's good, Wally. Because what I learned in therapy, I have to be careful because the familiarities of the previous relationship will come up, and I'll think that I'm good, but it's not. I'm used to that relationship, and it's showing up differently, and I'm greenlighting it. So yeah, that's good. You do have to dissect. Go ahead, Wally. Giving good advice from Miami.
I'm done. I rest my case, you know.
Okay, resting your masculinity.
I'm gonna give bad advice.
Come on, Marcus.
Brother man can't help another brother man. No.
Well, you know, normally I don't really trust like Xbox players though, but you did good, Wally. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, you know what? See this disrespect.
All right, Marcus.
Yeah.
No, heart, Marcus. You opened up your heart a lot tonight. Thank you. We need that.
Yeah, no, I just think honestly, man, just look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself like what I could do better. But not in a point where you blame yourself for everything, but just you as yourself as a man, just say, hey, what can I improve on? What I can do better myself, or for the next person, more so for whatever it is, your faith, your goals. Well, you write down in a journal. Yes, men, we call it journals. We don't call it diaries. All right, get a journal. You know, write yourself some goals. Write yourself a manifesto, whatever it is. It means you got to pray more. You go work out, go do a hobby or something. Keep your mind busy because what's the saying, Bolo? Idle hands do the devil's work.
Workshop. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know, so and try not to say, hey, like the woman is your priority more so, but if it comes in your lap and you have the faith, it'll happen. You persevere, like, you know, stay on your, I know you're going to buzz at me with this talking point, but focus on your purpose. Whatever your purpose is, man. And you know what it is for yourself. I might not got to wash my mouth after saying that right now, but it'll be okay. You know, like.
No, Marcus,
you
that's
know,
a good word. It's better than manifestation.
Yeah, there you go, man. Yeah, or zodiac signs, and, you know what I'm saying, or the lottery numbers, you know.
Right.
But yeah, man, I just, other than that's all I can tell you, because earlier this week I was talking to somebody else, and I'm honest, you know, I can be blunt sometimes, and I'm not gonna coddle you and give you the Disney Channel answer. I'm gonna say before it gets better, sometimes you're gonna have to go through that pain. But pain heals, you know. Chicks dig scars, but glory lasts forever. And it's the line from Replacements with Keanu Reeves. Watch that movie. That's a great movie. But it is true, though. You know, if you're already going through pain, push yourself through it and, you know, rise from it. You're already hurt. You're already in pain. You might as well get a reward from it. And you see what you can, you know, overcome and what you can accomplish, what you can achieve. It's all in the eye of the beholder, man. And that's yourself. This doesn't define you. It's just a part of your character. It's going to mold you. Smart man learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from others.
Okay. Appreciate it.
And make a keto pizza for once in your goddamn life. What's wrong with you?
Hey, that's a lot of work.
That's not healthy. Why?
Because that's an inside joke. M3, he was making videos on that before in the past.
Keto pizza.
But just to let you know, hey man, like I'm one of those people that I'd never forget where I come from, and I remember people, everything they've done from the beginning. I try to as much as I can, whether it was you or Bolo or Stan or Wally or even I Am when I first heard of her channel. Like I remember what you guys talked about in the beginning when I first met you, when Stan would, tear up, whenever I had an emotional moment, even on Bolo's panel, or even when I opened up here on long-term relationships, or whenever I go back to you guys' history and stuff like that, where you guys started from. Where you start from isn't exactly your finish point. It's a marathon. It's not a race.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus.
All those are definitely great perspectives. So I appreciate it.
You still piss me off though.
Welcome to Toxic Tuesday.
Bolo. Did Bolo know about the divorce?
Yes, sir. No, I didn't.
No.
I just found it. Damn. Again, my apologies to the ending of that. I'm just gonna add to what some of the brothers said and what the sister said. I'm gonna tell you, take your time, learn from where this went wrong, work on you. Your relationship with the Father, and just take your time. Take your time. Learn to grow, because again, how long you guys were married? How long were you guys married?
Well, I'm going to say 11 years.
How long were you together?
Let's see. I'm gonna put it like this to make it more simplistic, right?
Right.
Wait. When you ask like how long we were together, you talking about before marriage as well too?
Before marriage. Put them both together. How long were you
together? Let me see. Like, damn, it was like for like a long time because.
Let
me see. I met her. 2000 and. Let me see. I came to that church in 2005, and I think around
19 years.
Yeah, something like that. But we started.
That's a bit.
Yeah,
that's a minute.
And we started dating 2009.
Okay.
New Year's
Day. That's a very long time. Of two people to grow and share life together, and for it to end.
Bolo?
Yes, sir.
There's something else. There's a reason why M3 call it the BACC, call it
the bitch ass Christian church.
I mean, we have to look at also the church.
I did not co-sign this.
Into this marriage.
Yeah. Well, listen. This is what I'm going to say. Regardless of on how it ended, they were together. Two people shared a life for over 10 years. It's a long time, man. To wake up next to that person, to have a relationship with that person, and now it's no longer. And the first thing you're going to want to do is fly out on stage. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want to do. Don't do that. Don't do that. Perspective is everything. It's a new chapter in your life. Take your time, man. Take your time. Walk circumspectly and understand it's not the beginning of a matter, it's the ending of it. The scriptures tell us. Sometimes things can start off rocky and end beautifully, right? So, a lot of the times we're so focused on the past and so focused on the future that we miss what's happening in the present. And the future we may never get to. The past is there for us to learn from so that we can apply that in the present and hopefully set something up for our decision making in the future. So just take the time in this moment right now to reflect on your past, and both good, bad, indifferent, and learn from it and apply it to your life and just be a better version of yourself than you were yesterday.
Hey, Bolo, there's a scripture for churches that seek out to break marriages apart on purpose.
Yes, what the Lord put together, let no man put asunder.
So that's really
There's other scriptures, right? But see, this is why I told you, remember why I told you that before I'm a husband and a father, I'm a child of God, same as she. See, when her and I come together, it's us against the world. That's why the scriptures tell you that a man shall leave his house and cleave to his wife. Why did it say that? Because he's formulating his own family. He's no longer part of mine. Even though that's still my son, he's going out to make his own family. So now it's him and his wife. I'm secondary at that point now. His wife is primary. And vice versa, right? So although we may go to counseling or whatever the situation might be, it's still us two against the world. And sometimes when we put, again, like I said, sometimes the people you keep around you, when your direction, when your GPS is askew, a lot of the time, and Marcus will notice from the military, when you're lost, they tell you don't move. Let the people come and find you, because all you're going to do is make the situation, you're going to exacerbate it, make it worse. So a lot of the times when we lose our GPS, instead of us pulling over and rebooting the GPS and getting it back connected, what do we keep doing? We keep driving and we make the situation worse.
Yeah.
So that's why I tell the people, if my wife heals outside of me and I heal outside of her, when we come back together, we may be two different people because we both heal differently, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We didn't heal together. So that's why that walk is very important. So I don't know if this was that situation. If Empathy want to call me, you got my number, or Stanley can give it to you. And just take your time, bro. For real.
I just want to apologize because I didn't know what was happening, and I feel like I was giving you a hard time, especially on the last stream.
I don't feel bad.
It was
I don't. I am. You did great. I am. Keep bringing it to space.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I hope that I would like your forgiveness because I didn't know.
No, first of all, right, like, sister, I am, right. I appreciate like the energy that you bring into like the streams, especially like in the chats and all that. Don't stop doing that.
He means to stop doing that.
No, no. Like your words, like definitely bring like a lot of value. And there's no need for you to apologize. But if you want me to forgive you, I still forgive you anyways. But there's nothing for you to apologize like for. Unfortunately, like this is just a part of life for some people, and we just gotta deal with it. That's both for the man and for the woman. So no, don't feel bad, and don't feel like you gotta be soft now because I told you guys this. I'm not saying it's like for you guys to like feel bad or feel sorry for me, but I didn't want to just continue on to like pretend like I'm still married when the process is getting close like to that divorce. So
since Stan brought it up, do you want to hug him through?
No, that was to Uncle Chad. He said we're beta simps.
I know, but I want to offer him 3. Do you want a virtual hug? I'll give you a hug.
Oh, Marcus, that's nice.
Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it.
y'all getting along with it now. Finally.
But what'd you say, Sister I am?
I thought you were like being a cheater. Cause like the red pill, guys.
She rejected that. I know what happened. Anthony was like, subscribe to my page.
No, like the red pill married guys, or like the married guys that come online and they talk about dating. Like you can tell they're actively dating, and so like I was like, what is M3 doing? So that's why I thought like that's what happened.
No.
Okay, so what you're saying is
I am should have just said, hey, who hurt you, M3? Okay. Who hurt you, M3?
Look, she was classifying herself. Okay, M3's become like a fuckboy.
He's cheater. He's a cheater.
Right, that's what I thought. Honestly, I'm so sorry.
So we judging books by their cover. Okay.
Bolo, we are praying after this.
Absolutely. Truly. This tooth has been tasted.
No, but funny enough, like I'm pretty much like far from the opposite. Like if I was done, like I will leave you before like I cheat, but I will give you like like further notice of that. Like I ain't gonna leave you hanging, and next thing you know, you see me like with a new chick. Now, of course, me being single now, I'm not obligated, right? For anything, but I still believe like having like a steady fixed rotation where you just play around with your options, just like how women do it anyways. I think it's okay for men to do the same thing. You're not obligated to like try to be faithful unless you actually find a person. Well, I'll say the right one for instance. But yeah, it's just it's what it is, everybody.
On that note, I'm going back in the chat. Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah.
She has more to say, but she don't want to say it. I know that's why she's
like
doing.
the fact that's the rotation and that's
I
what
can't
happened.
believe this. I
right.
truly can't believe this. I'm glad I came.
Well, say brothers, good night, man. Y'all have a blessed
Well,
night.
we gotta get the prayer.
Good night, Bolo.
We need the prayer.
Good night, guys.
Get the prayer in. Let's get it in. I'll
All right,
pray.
Bolo, go ahead.
Father God, thank you for allowing us to come together. Thank you for allowing us to feel your presence and to hear your voice, Father God. We ask you to please encamp your angels around our brother M3, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically. We ask you to please give him healing. We ask you to please give him strength where there's weakness, faith where there's doubt, and always be that God and light in every step that he makes. We ask you, Father God, to please help all your children follow you in times of darkness and time of hardship. We ask you for those that are traveling, please give them travel mercy. For those that are sick, to please give them the strength to persevere. And for those that are now going through loss, please encamp your angels around their homes to give them comfort in this time of loss. Father God, we are nothing outside of you, but everything in you. We ask you for your forgiveness, and we thank you for taking us out of this darkness and allowing us to see. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right.
Amen.
Bolo,
Yes, sir.
just
You need to-
remember, I'm Samson in this podcast, so I gotta be the Delilahs and Jezebels.
All right. You need to call me, man, so we can wrap. All right, guys. Have a blessed
Oh,
night,
wait,
man.
before you go, the
Yes.
Isaiah
Bolo.
4:1 reference.
Say it again.
The Isaiah 4:1 reference for SJ was
Right.
referring to what I was referring to where we're at right now in society. Because
Right.
when you look at men like young NBA, Nick Cannon, and also I forgot the other guy, the football player,
Cam Newton.
Cam
yeah,
Newton.
like women are like it's looking like okay, one guy is going to support all of us, and we just need that, and that's that's why I mentioned like this is where we're at as society.
Okay. All right, guys. Have a blessed night, my G's.
All right, you guys have a good night.
All right, Wally. Later.
All right, man. So I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm not done with you, M3. I ain't done with you.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. That's cool though.
But we can talk
you
after
guys
the
can
end
stay
of the
after
live.
the chat because you guys do have to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
E2 Wally, you have a good night.
You, Stan.
You gonna stick around after hours too?
Oh no, I have to go. I gotta like take care of the kids real fast.
Him and his lovely Samson locks.
Okay. Can't stay away from the heathens.
As long as I don't cut it off.
Well, look, everybody, I'm glad that you guys was able to tune in, and thank you for tuning in to Talk to Tuesday. So you never know what you're going to expect, but say again.
No, I said yes, truly.
Yeah, but anyways, I'll catch you guys around like next time, and peace out, everybody. Later.
You guys have fun at the chat. Wale, Marcus,
M3. Yes.
Divest. Everybody just divest.
Yeah, stay away from them heathens, okay?
But pagans have more fun though.
No.
Oh,
You pagans know how to
I
party.
did not co-sign that message.
Pagans know how to party. They don't know how to stop, but they know how to party.
Hey, this is a pagan stream though, so we do know how to party here.
Stay away from the heathens, okay? No.
I got my holy water right now.
Oh
no.
Make sure you get the incense, okay? You got that smoke all around.
I don't want her to melt away, Marcus.
She don't want to be saved, no save her. She don't want to be saved, don't save her.
Hey.
That's crazy. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and wrap it
You
up.
playing this, goddammit.
knowledge and relationships.